Hello everyone, hello villagers, welcome or welcome back to the second edition of the Global Village Day, a 12-hour McLuhanesque marathon to explore and rethink the global village in a post-pandemic world. The Global Village Day, of course, is inspired by the great Canadian philosopher Marshall McLuhan, one of the most charismatic thinkers and original minds of all times. And so, my name is Paolo Granata. I'm a professor at the University of Toronto, and from Toronto, McLuhan fired the global imagination back in the 60s and 70s, and so now it's time to reimagine the global village for a sustainable future, to make the global village more open, inclusive, an equitable place. This event is sponsored by the University of Toronto, by the estate of Marshall McLuhan, the McLuhan Institute, the McLuhan Foundation, and the McLuhan Salon series. And so we are very grateful to our sponsors for supporting this event. And somehow, so we live in a global village, but this event takes place in Toronto. And so for this reason, I want to acknowledge this land on which the University of Toronto operates. And for thousands of years, it has been the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and the Mississaugas of the Credit River. Today, this meeting place is still the home to many Indigenous people from all across Turtle Island, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. And so get involved, folks, villagers, friends. I see you are connecting, and now it's time to get involved. I can see all your comments, and so I invite you to share your good vibes, or, well, let us know where, in which part of the global village you are running at the moment. So feel free to share your good vibes. And I'll say hi to Jean. It's 12 o'clock here. What time is there? That's a good question. And I like that Kalina said, 6 p.m. in Poland. That's totally right. And from Japan, Junichi, Clinton, fire the global imagination. Wonderfully put. Yes, Clinton, I agree, and it's really true. And I see many folks connecting. So thank you very much, you all from Toronto, Nick Fig, and then Rob, Ray, and thank you. Hi Village from Vienna in US. Well said. And I'm very glad you're well connecting, and so feel free to share your good vibes. Okay, we will run together. I'm not running this marathon alone, so it's a collective effort. So I'm very glad to share this running with you. So feel free to share your comments, your questions. There will be many opportunities for getting involved. And by the way, so we are live streaming both at the same time on YouTube and Facebook. And so again, you can comment, you can use your share your comments on YouTube chat or Facebook chat, and I'll be able to see it. So we will be able to really interact. So absolutely, we will be all together in this very important marathon. And I see, let me say hi to Maria from Barcelona, Alfonso. It's 12 p.m. in Cleveland, and then I see Wilson from Brazil, 1 p.m. So again, this is really a global village. I'm so happy that it's a great pleasure to see all this diversity. Bob, hello, Bob. It's this diversity the global village represented. And in fact, we are representing 12 different countries tonight, depending on wherever you are. So there will be over 40 special guests and from 12 different latitudes and countries. And let me say, from Poland, Netherlands, Italy, Germany, Russia, Argentina, Spain, US, Brazil, Japan, Philippines, and of course, Canada. And I'm actually in Italy right now. Yes, I'm live from the studios of Loop Media Network. Look at what a beautiful studio in Turin, thanks to Walter Rolfo, the master of impossible, a great friend, and so I'm very grateful for his hospitality in hosting the Global Village Day from Turin right now. And thank you to Mario Baldantoni for technical assistance. Mario is the magician behind the scenes, and so you will see, and I'll say hi, so to see you behind the scenes. There will be a long running today, so I'm very grateful for this support. And so, again, we are live. Let me keep an eye on the chat. Anna from Russia, I'll see you later, Anna. John Gatto, Manchester from New York, wonderful. Lars, another guest joining us later today from Münster in Germany, 6 p.m. That's right. And many others. Oh, wow. This is absolutely great. So keep sharing your Global Village location. So it's great to see you are connecting from all around the world. So let's say that really we live in a global village. And now it's time for some opening remarks. It's time for sharing and hosting and kicking off a series of special guests. It's a great pleasure to host our first special guest, a dear friend of the Global Village Day, an advocate for an open, sustainable, inclusive society. It is my great pleasure to welcome into the Global Village the Honorable Elizabeth Danswell, Lieutenant Governor of Ontario. Honorable, welcome into the Global Village.
Well, thank you very much, Paolo, and hello to everyone. Bonjour, bonjour. I always love a birthday party, and celebrating Marshall McLuhan's birthday, even if it's one day in advance, is a wonderful event. So thank you for inviting me once again. I join you from the office of the Lieutenant Governor in Ontario, which is in Toronto and situated on lands that have been stewarded and shaped by Indigenous peoples from time immemorial. In kinship and respect, I recognize in particular the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, the Huron-Wendat, and the Mississaugas of the Credit. You know, Marshall McLuhan once called the Global Village a place of arduous interfaces and very abrasive situations. His words, as usual, resonate today, especially when we're faced with the challenges of a global pandemic and consider the nature of the discourse that we're seeing online. This January, a poll conducted by the Canadian Race Relations Foundation found that 93% of Canadians, and I quote, believe online hateful and racist content and behavior is a problem in Canada. Of course, such a problem has implications that can't be ignored. And earlier this month, in an open letter to the CEOs of social media companies, more than 200 women leaders in various fields from around the world echoed McLuhan's words. The letter called the internet the town square of the 21st century and warned that the scale of online abuse means that for too many women, these digital town squares are unsafe. I start with this comment because this sense of endangerment extends to many members of minority groups, and it threatens their engagement in democracy. In doing so, it destabilizes the foundations of democratic society. And only with solid foundations can we hope to build back better from the devastating effects of COVID-19. So as you begin hours of fascinating dialogue, I want to share with you 3 brief observations and related questions about the future of democracy and inclusion in our global village. The first one is that place still matters. Even when so many are working from home and reaching, as we are now, beyond geographic borders, our connections to the natural world around us, to the built environment, to our neighbors, continue to shape our identities. The pandemic and climate change have deepened existing differences between our living situations, between urban and rural, coastal and inland, or between those who can afford to have green spaces and those who are dependent on urban parks, even for shelter. The pandemic here in Canada has also underlined the importance of local and municipal government, the order of government that's closest to people, and the importance they have in physically and socially building community during a time of crisis. So the question that arises for me is, how can our approach to recovery consider the specific needs and lived experience of people in different places? And crucially, how can we best use media to build understanding of these differences? My second observation is that despite our interconnectedness, we're still working in silos. Here, I think of the horror when we discovered that there was a disconnect between our health systems and long-term care. Think of what we learned about the fragility of supply chains. And think of the realization that social issues, long considered women's issues, like childcare and early childhood education, are actually integral to a productive and prosperous economic sector. We talk long and loud about the language of systems and holistic thinking, but we don't yet deliver effectively in policy and action. So the second question in my mind is, how might systemic thinking of the sort that McLuhan deployed in his concept of media ecology help us to find ways to work together holistically to overcome our shared challenges? And my third observation is that paradoxically, there's a narrowness to the scope and the reach of our conversations about recovery. Like you, I've been on so many video conferencing calls, and so often they feature like-minded people talking to themselves. Those whose work is deemed essential are rarely in the room. And yet, it's together that we're going to save lives and livelihoods. Today's dialogue is an opportunity to listen to diverse perspectives and to ask, how can the use of new media more meaningfully and honestly incorporate a wider range of people and allow them to get their messages across? I look forward to your discussions about our global village in our time and places, and I commit to bringing the insights that I receive from you to Ontarians that I meet online and in person. May all of the participants come away from today's marathon well equipped with fresh insights to run a much longer contest. Our collective effort to rebuild, to help earn everyone's place on the world stage as an inclusive and optimistic society. My thanks to all at the McLuhan Foundation, to David Nosbacken and others for bringing us together today. Merci, miigwech. Enjoy yourselves.
Thank you very much, Her Honorable, so for these inspiring words. What the best way for kicking off this marathon, taking into account our values, our most important values. Thank you very much for your words. Thank you. And so it's a 12-hour marathon, so we will be running, and I see dozens of comments coming from Madrid, Frank, and then Maria Perganti from Greece, again, India. This is Rivaji. Thank you, Rivaji, from India, and many others. So I think we are really, this is more than just an event. I think this is a community building exercise. So we're building a community and extending our McLuhan and Global Village community. So thank you everyone. And there are some opening remarks from the Mayor of Toronto. The Mayor of Toronto, John Tory, sent us a video message. I wanted to share with you the message from the Mayor of Toronto, John Tory.
Hello, Mayor John Tory here, and on behalf of the City of Toronto and the City Council, I'm extending my warmest wishes for the second edition of Global Village Day, a marathon and celebration of thought in honor of the 110th birthday of Marshall McLuhan. Marshall McLuhan was one of the University of Toronto's most esteemed professors and one of Canada's renowned original thinkers. He's universally recognized as the father of communications and media studies. McLuhan's prescient metaphors and aphorisms catch our imagination and help us think outside the box. He helped us see that in an electronic age, the whole world is interconnected and communicates as a global village. Toronto is, in fact, a global village, recognized as the most diverse city in the entire world. As Mayor of Toronto, I can attest to that remarkable diversity. And diversity is, in fact, the mother of creativity. In 2017, UNESCO has designated Toronto as a creative city of media arts for its leadership in film and music and digital media and forms of cultural expression using technology. To unleash our city's creativity this September, I'm happy to be officially launching Artworks TO, Toronto's Year of Public Art 2021-2022. Toronto's commitment to this exciting new program underscores a dedication to the arts sector as an essential component of this city. I'm sure McLuhan would be struck by the vibrant media art landscape that Toronto has created. And of course, we can continue to thank him for teaching us that in a diverse city like this, a global village in a big city, communication is vital to understanding and to mutual support. With that, please accept my best wishes for an informative and enjoyable event. Happy Global Village Day and happy birthday, Marshall McLuhan.
And happy birthday, Marshall McLuhan. So with this good vibes again. So I wanted to do a little bit of housekeeping. Firstly, the 12-hour marathon, streaming marathon, will be broken down into two parts. So noon to 6 p.m. Toronto local time, and then from 6 p.m. to midnight. And so be reminded that at some point at 6 p.m. you will be able to shift to the second part. And the second part will leading up to the celebration of Marshall McLuhan's birthday, his 110th birthday. And so at midnight, we will toast together, we will cheer to Marshall McLuhan's birthday. And so really look forward to cross all together the finishing line of this marathon. And so stay tuned until midnight, if you can. It's a marathon. We are running all together. So I will really bring you into this marathon to enjoy the Global Village all through the 12-year marathon. And that said, again, as an housekeeping, I want to make sure that you are aware of the format. So this is not another Zoom meeting. This is not another Zoom call. This is a informal and informative live event. You can be engaged by your comments and questions in a very conversational format, so there will be no formal presentations, no slides, but an engaging dialogue. We want to foster the value of dialogue and human exchange, human connection, particularly in this post-pandemic world. And so our special guests will tell some stories. They will share experiences. They will really celebrate together the Global Village Day and rethink together that Global Village Day. And so it will be a sort of a what's going on session, so not only to celebrate Marshall McLuhan, but also to apply McLuhan's provocations and insights to reflect on what's going on today. In particular, we are going to foster three fundamental questions to really lead the conversation, to really inspire the conversation, and involve you all, friends and folks, villagers from all the Global Village, to really think and reflect on this very question. The first question is, what are the lessons we are learning from the current scenario? What are the lessons we are learning? Now it's time to reflect on those lessons. And what are the lessons we as a society, as a global human family, are learning, right, in order to take the most of this important moment for our humanity. And finally, how we can rethink the global village, the metaphoric global village, for a sustainable future in a more sustainable way. And the torch. There will be a torch, just like any Olympic Games, any Olympic marathon. And by the way, we will talk about the Olympic Games in Japan and some concerns, and so later tonight, I think. However, again, as the Olympic marathon, we will have our torch to symbolically keep the flame of the Global Village alive. And so our special guests essentially have been invited to choose an object, a torch, and a relevant object, a symbolical object, to symbolize the idea of the global village in the 21st century. And so, firstly, well, we look forward to see those torches, and so the objects, the symbolical objects that our guests will bring and share to reflect on a meaningful Global Village Day. And also, folks, villagers, and all friends on Facebook and YouTube, if you think there is an object, there is a symbolical appropriate object that really can express the very idea of the global village in the 21st century, please share on the chat. Please share your comments on the chat, and so I'll keep an eye to really identify the most relevant and meaningful symbolical objects, our torch to pass on, for passing on, and really crossing, running all together without leaving anyone behind, running all together for a more sustainable, open, and inclusive society, and inclusive global village. And so with that encouragement, invitation, I'm very pleased now to really bring on some of our friends of the Global Village Day, in particular, some of the sponsors who supported our initiative and our event today. So I'm very glad to host and bring into that discussion the president of the Marshall McLuhan Foundation, David Nosbakken. And so welcome back into the Global Village, David. I like to call the executor of the estate of Marshall McLuhan, Michael McLuhan, Marshall's sons. And see, Michael, are you there?
I am.
Hello,
indeed.
Michael.
Can you hear me?
Wonderful. We
me?
can hear you. Absolutely.
Good.
That's the key word, the key sentence for our online meeting ages. Yes, we can hear you, and we really can't wait to hear your voice and your thoughts. And Caroline Wilson, which is the director of the McLuhan Foundation. Caroline, welcome into the Global Village.
Hello, Paolo. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here. Hello, David.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Caroline, I like your dramatic
Greetings, Carol.
opening. This is great. Absolutely great. So thank you for your good vibes. And so, first of all, my what's going on session, my what's going on question for the three of you for a first merry-go-round. Firstly, what's going on, Michael McLuhan, in the estate of Marshall McLuhan? And so we were curious to see what's going on at the estate of Marshall McLuhan, and what are your remarks for the second edition of the Global Village Day. Michael.
Thank you very much, Paolo. It's great to be here. It's amazing to see this continue on for yet another year. Who would ever have thought of putting together a marathon? My goodness, Paolo, you've outdone yourself, of course. And I want to thank you for keeping Marshall McLuhan's torch alive at the University of Toronto and St. Michael's College in the most amazing and scintillating ways. I want to compliment our Lieutenant Governor's opening remarks, which were so to the point. I think we're entering a period of time in our electronic globalization that screams out for some sort of awareness and consciousness, or some sort of way to control what can become rampant, both in the way of false information, whether it be with COVID or with false news, and with spreading racism and lies on the internet. And this is something I don't think was initially countenanced when the internet started spreading about in the late 90s, early 2000s. I think it's so critical. So I want to thank the Lieutenant Governor for bringing those things to mind. As far as the estate goes, the estate astoundingly continues. We're still knee deep in working out new contractual arrangements for republishing Dad's work, and also for having to negotiate permissions and that sort of thing. That's the dreary day-to-day of the estate, and it can go on. It makes me reflect that this being Dad's 110th birthday, it also reminds me that he passed away in his 69th year. And guess what? It's my 69th year. My goodness. And I'm the baby of the family. So it's wonderful to be here in so many more ways than one. And I do plan on being here for a decade or so, or maybe two longer. So, Paolo, if you keep it up, I'll try and be here as we go. Thank you so much, and I'll hand it back to you, my friend.
Thank you, Michael. So 69, so that's a great year and great number. So thank you, Michael. And David Nosbakken, Marshall McLuhan Foundation. So David, I'll turn over to you.
Well, let me say, I also appreciated the comments of the Lieutenant Governor, Elizabeth Doswell, and Michael's follow-up on that. And the increasing urgency to understand the global village as it's impacted by the technologies of information communication. Now, I'm going to start with the torch idea. You haven't put a torch out there yet, but here is two documents, two bookends, if you can see it. One is a report to the National Association of Education Broadcasters that commissioned Marshall McLuhan in 1960 to write a kind of syllabus for secondary schools to better understand media, to support critical thinking among young people about the technologies that were then just starting to get electronically to the stage they are today. So his first real work on media was meant for high schools. And his final book, I believe it's his final book, that he wrote with Kathy Hutchin Kawasaki and Eric McLuhan, called City as Classroom, likewise was written to support the capacity of educators to help critical thinking among young people as it relates to the environments created by the media technologies, all technologies on our lives. The McLuhan Foundation, which is just getting started, it's in its early stages, has decided to commit itself to carrying on those two bookends of Marshall's thinking and writing on the importance of reaching young people where they are in schools and outside of schools to support their capacity for critical thinking. So the McLuhan Foundation, you could say, is the McLuhan Foundation for digital media literacy. Now, clearly, the first curriculum or material designed for young people to understand media was Marshall McLuhan. He was the pioneer. He electrified us to pay attention to the commonplaces around us in ways that no one else had done, with poetic insight and probity and wit and witticisms and aphorisms that carry on today, and their prescience we can build on. So the Marshall McLuhan Foundation intends to further the legacy of Marshall McLuhan by exposing to young people around the world to the kinds of insights that Marshall McLuhan has brought to the table. Now, we have been commissioned by UNESCO to understand, find out, and to map who out there is involved in digital media literacy around the world. And consequently, we are engaging with partners, over 1,000 organizations involved in media literacy, to find out what they're doing and what they're not doing, mostly what they're not doing. And the one thing that most media literacy programs do not do is to explore the impact of the technologies of media themselves. A lot of the focus has been on the content of media. Now, the issue of false media or false fake news and so on, and the vitriol that has emerged in the media is only part of what we need to explore with young people. Now, finally, I would say that the period of COVID, one of the consequences in post-COVID realities is that we seem to be even more deeply involved in the technologies of information and communication as our daily diet. So it's increasingly difficult to step back from it to understand what it is and how it's influencing us. So it's increasingly important that we empower the young minds of young people around the world to think for themselves about these realities and to be instruments and agents of change. Change, including change to the way in which we allow big technologies, big companies to harvest our data and to use us as their content, all those issues that confound us and concern us. Young people need to be able to be aware of these realities, think for themselves, and to be agents of change. So that, in a sense, without going into more detail, there's lots more to say, is why we believe that we can leverage McLuhan's probative approach and expose young people worldwide to McLuhan and his work to inspire them to think for themselves. That's our commitment.
Wonderful, thank you. And thank you for reminding that Marshall McLuhan, among many other definitions, he was an educator, first and foremost, conceiving the city as a classroom. And now maybe it's our take to conceiving the world as a classroom, to really step out of the city, step out of our our screens, and then into society to really engage, to really make the world a classroom and learn all together. So this is wonderful, and wonderful to see that the McLuhan Foundation is deeply focused on the digital media literacy endeavor enterprise for a sustainable future. And I see many comments. So let me just do a little bit of housekeeping here, because I see Elena Lamberti from Buongiorno, buon pomeriggio dall'Italia. Greetings from Italy. Elena will be with us later tonight. And then I see Andrew from Toronto, Alfonso, and the U of T School of Cities clapping and sharing good vibes. So thank you. The U of T School of Cities, it's a great place for urban sustainable development and urban engagement. I guess from Italy, Annalisa Cattani, wonderful to see you, and Alex Kuskis, the mind behind the McLuhan Galaxy blog, the official blog of the estate of Marshall McLuhan. This is wonderful to see the whole community gathering together. Bruce Rosenstein, thank you. Hello, Bruce. Jerry, we see a first torch. Here we see Fire Up, Marshall's main torch, Finnegan's Wake. Of course, Finnegan's Wake can be a torch to fire up our minds and curiosities. This is absolutely great from Brunswick, Canada. And so wonderful to see you, Cynthia. And Jonathan from, I think, Toronto, US. All right. And so great to see that our community is really gathering and sharing. So feel free, again, to share your thoughts, to share your torch. Okay. So we want to see what's your torch for crossing the finishing line tonight toward a better possible global village we are making together. And Caroline, I'll turn over to you. And I wanted to know more about the engagement of the McLuhan Foundation in digital media literacy and your take on it, Caroline.
Okay, great. Thank you, Paolo. And thank you for arranging all of this and including me and bringing us all together. It's a welcome reunion, I think, after some challenging times and times that will no doubt continue to be somewhat difficult in many parts of the world. So wonderful to be together. Thank you for that. I appreciate the village and the community. I thought I would just start by sharing my symbolic torch, as David did. And this is, get it over here. This is a textbook that I had the great privilege of working on with Barry Duncan. Barry Duncan was really a superstar in the field of media literacy. He was renowned internationally. He was a high school teacher in Toronto and a student of Marshall McLuhan. And while many people think of media literacy as not typically including a focus on some of what Marshall McLuhan would believe to be important, Barry Duncan certainly did include all of those ideas and those probes and those challenges that McLuhan put forward for us. So Barry embraced them, and they're included in that textbook. And Barry, I think because of his expanded definition of media literacy, he was really recognized around the world as bringing something quite unique and quite special to the field, because he was very interested in the impact of technology and the influence of technology on creating virtual environments, but also the impact of technology on physical environments and how we would relate and engage with one another as a result. So I wanted to acknowledge Barry Duncan today, a wonderful teacher and mentor of mine, and acknowledge that connection to Marshall McLuhan. And if I can just carry on, I'll talk a little bit more about media literacy and the relationship to some of McLuhan's ideas. Typically, when we talk about media literacy, many people talk about the fact that it's concerned with a critical understanding of how media and technology operate, how they construct meaning, how they can be used, and how to evaluate the information that they present. And David acknowledged, the concerns about mis and disinformation that have certainly been highlighted during the pandemic. And in fact, one of your first questions, Paulo, is about the lessons we're learning from our current scenario. And I would suggest that one of the lessons is that media literacy is really something that is absolutely essential for people of all ages. And while the pandemic has placed an emphasis on content in terms of what's being communicated through the media, I think we're also recognizing that we need a real critical analysis and awareness of the impact and use of technology. Of course, in many ways, we all embrace the opportunities for creative technology and its application for learning and communication. I mean, here we are today, which is just fantastic. And I think we've been seeing a lot of this, people using technologies in very creative ways to participate locally and globally in all kinds of events, right? In formal and non-formal ways. But media and information literacy, media literacy in terms of the foundation's work, is concerned with teaching about technology, not just through it. So we want to pay attention to what a technology does and the impact it has, regardless of its content or intended purpose. And the Lieutenant Governor highlighted some of the issues that we need to be aware of, including access and inclusion, equity, data privacy, ownership and control, and questions about who benefits or profits from these technologies as they're evolving. So certainly now, in terms of this time of COVID and the upheaval that we've been experiencing, understanding the influence of technology on our work, on our personal lives, on our culture and identity is more important than ever. And these are things that the McLuhan Foundation is really committed to exploring. And I can tell you about a few of our specific projects a little bit later.
All right. No, we look forward to it. So we still have time. So, there are 12 time slots for this marathon, and we still have plenty of time. 20 minutes before the second actually time slot at 1 p.m. I see some of the guests already in the green screen for the second time slot. But yes, Caroline, we will have time a little bit later to discuss. And folks, on comments on Facebook and YouTube, feel free to share your good vibes and share your thoughts. I wanted to thank you, Alex Koskis, from sharing some McLuhan's probes. And so it's nice to see that Alex is feeding and fostering some of the conversations going on with direct McLuhan insights to reflect upon it. And then Clinton, thank you, Clinton, and hello, great to see you again. And we need to differentiate individualization from alienation when prescribing. People think for themselves. And so I think that is something that will pop up again in today's conversation. So it's a crucial topic. So thank you, everyone, for sharing some of your thoughts, including the most popular one. I could not share the minimalism message. Still so true. And Chip Stewart, torch, religion, well, maybe something to take into account. So thank you for sharing, Chip. And again, so feel free to share. What's your torch? What's the torch for crossing it's not a finishing line, I will say a starting line, the really beginning of a more sustainable global village and global family. And so we will discuss. And Michael, I was curious to see, Michael, what's your torch for the global village in the 21st century? What's your take on a symbolic, metaphorical object for reflecting on the global village? Michael.
Well, I'm not entirely sure how to get my head around that one, Paolo. I think the one thing that we have to do, and I'm not sure how metaphorical this is going to be, is to learn anew how to care for each other in a much broader sense. If we're moving to a village, a global village, from our unique circle of acquaintances and friends that we have in these siloed online times, then we have to bring in a culture of caring. And I do believe that that will be the only way forward for the planet, from a viewpoint of climate change, from a viewpoint of indigenous rights and minority rights, and from just about every perspective we can get into. There has been, unfortunately, rapacious greed driving the way in which the planet develops for a few centuries, and we have to somehow find a way to a new paradigm to curtail that and create a culture which is caring and loving. I guess I'm an old hippie now. But that's not exactly a torch, is it? But that's the best I can do for you on the spot.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's not the best. It's not just. I think it's a great contribution. We are reflecting actually upon all these things in order to better make sense of our this 1 year and a half of pandemic, and so it's now time to reflect. It's now time to learn. It's now time to take the most of those lessons. Otherwise, my fear is that everything may be back as it was before, right? Without really rediscovering who we are. So that's, I think, one of the lessons. We have a chance, at least, to find out, to rediscover what's our role in society, who we are, what's our contribution, right, to the global endeavor, to the global enterprise for the society we live in. And so I think that will be a key topic for today's discussion. So thank you, Michael, for bringing this up. I'd like to go back to David. David, you already shared your torch, and I see that, I know that the Marshall McLuhan Foundation sponsored a board game. It's called The Medium, right? So can you tell us a little bit more about this board game and why a board game can foster digital media literacy in the 21st century? David.
Well, I think it's an ingenious device, particularly for young people who like playing games, to understand media through a kind of laws of media approach. And I don't know who designed it or who came up with the idea, but I think I have an idea that our host had something to do with it. And the McLuhan Foundation was very, very pleased to sponsor it, even as we were asked to sponsor this event. The hard lifting and the work and the imagination all came from you, Paulo, not from us. So, no, I highly recommend this game. And as we're, as a foundation, committed to finding ways of working with young people worldwide, we think this game is really a nice tool. I mean, after all, if you're in a classroom and you have a bunch of noisy kids, how better than to deal with them, to let them play a game. And if that game leads to insights, all the better. And this game does. So I highly recommend people check it out.
No, thank you for assisting me in promoting the game. But essentially, I wanted to kick off the idea that this Global Village Day event will be very playful. So we want to play. It will be a playful event. Marshall McLuhan himself was a very playful mind, a playful person. I think play really is an important component on the way we think, we reflect, we critically understand what's going on. And so be playful, okay, folks, villagers all across the global village in this Global Village Day. Please be playful. Let's play together with ideas, quotes, aphorisms, catchphrases, and the probes, not only the Marshall McLuhan probes, but feel free to come up with your own probes to really foster conversation, insights, reflections. And I think playing is the message, right? So to some extent, is a way also play to turn the global village into a global theater, right? So, in a global theater, we do play. We are active players. It's a performative task. So conceiving the world as a global theater, we have to find our role into the stage. We have to find our role to perform in the best way possible, but also to interplay, to interact with others. And so please be playful, folks. Please keep sharing your thoughts on the chat. Keep sharing your good vibes. Keep sharing where you are connected from, and so we can better figure out the global village we are shaping today. So that the community building exercise we are involved together. And so please be playful. Okay, so promise. I really look forward to your playful exercises. To again foster curiosity, unleash imagination, and really spark, right, that creativity, that insights that generate from the community. So I really look forward to your contribution. And so please share your thoughts and your comments. In fact, Elena Lamberti, of course, all right, I see at Play, humans use all their faculties. At work, they specialize. Who say that? So, who say that? Let's see the first who will answer this very important question. Who say that at Play, humans uses all this their faculties? And so, I think the answer is easy. I'll come back to my friends here on my screen and on this beautiful community. Caroline, you wanted to comment on the very idea of digital literacy. I think Canada, does very well in this. I think as a newcomer to Canada, to some extent, I felt that there is a great interest in many provinces in the education curricula to really rethink some educational models and take the most of them from the most advanced technologies and so on. What's your take on how we could, particularly after 1 year and a half of pandemic and so online schooling, homeschooling, online learning, what's your take on digital literacy and what we can learn in terms of digital literacy, particularly in a post-pandemic world?
Great questions, Paolo. Before I answer, though, I do want to say I love your idea of the Global Village Theater. And I actually think that your character in the theater, in this play, is some kind of Superman, because I understand you're hosting for 12 hours.
Thank you. But it's not mine. It's McLuhan's, actually. Global Theater. It's a global theater. It's a way of McLuhan, to some extent, amended the very idea of the global village in a more inclusive way. So we are not just characters, but players in the global theater. So, and yes, I will play.
You're the Superman character in it all, though.
Yeah. So kind. Go ahead.
Well, there's lots to talk about there in what you said, Paolo. First of all, Canada really is recognized as a global leader in media literacy education. And it is because of the work of people like Barry Duncan, who founded the Association for Media Literacy in Ontario. It's because of the work that's being done by Media Smarts. And of course, now the McLuhan Foundation, all of us connected to that, are really looking forward to continuing and furthering that legacy and contributing to it as well, of course. Canada is made up of 13 jurisdictions, and every jurisdiction in the country does have media literacy in their curriculum in some form, of course. And there have been a lot of very advanced and very insightful examples of work being done across the country. Of course, the pandemic really introduced us to some interesting situations. And Paolo, of course, you teach at the university, so you're aware of this as well. There are a lot of issues, I think, that we're going to have to be addressed in terms of technology and education. First of all, we don't know if technology is the answer necessarily. All of us were sort of put into situations where we had to go ahead and sort of embrace the technology and do what we could with it, without perhaps giving a lot of attention to pedagogy and strategies and inclusion. Although I know school boards across the country and indeed around the world were really trying to tackle those issues. But of course, moving forward, looking at the benefits and the liabilities of technology are going to be really important. I know there is a jurisdiction in the US that has already declared they're fully on board. That education is going to be smarter as a result of technology. And that might be true, but I think we need to pay attention to what technologies are being used, how they're shaping, how they're impacting the teaching and learning experience, and who gets to sit around the table when decisions are being made. And are decisions being made in commercial interests or in interests related to pedagogy and the benefit of children? Obviously, there are opportunities ripe for corporations, for big companies to come in and to certainly offer all kinds of bells and whistles to schools in an effort to embrace what technology can offer. And certainly technology can offer a great deal. But I do think, again, to continue with McLuhan's teaching, we need to pay attention to the way that those technologies are shaping the teaching and learning process, regardless of content and even intended purpose. And also pay attention to who's making decisions about what technologies get used and how.
Wonderful. That's a great insight, and I think absolutely, as a professor in higher education, I do feel the responsibility for fostering this kind of approach, fostering this kind of ethical understanding of technological developments and emerging technologies in general. So to take the understanding of the ethical perspectives, right, to better cope with this important changes. And so, thank you, Caroline, for your insights on that. Because we have here on board representatives of the McLuhan Foundation, the McLuhan Foundation for Media Literacy, and the estate of Marshall McLuhan. Folks, if you have questions, I'm going to call for questions now. So if you have questions for David, Michael, or Caroline, so please step in. Please jump into the discussion and share your questions. So we are always, at any time during this marathon, we are always very keen to take your questions. And so for a final merry-go-round, I'll see if there are some questions, but it's time for a final merry-go-round to share some final remarks at the end of the first time slot. So, David, I'll call over to you for final remarks. In the meantime, again, if there are questions, I'll take them. But final remarks at the end of our first time slot. David.
In honor of McLuhan's 110th birthday and this marathon, the McLuhan Foundation is launching a website. We call it a brochure website, which simply indicates what the foundation is involved in and some of the projects. We have some big ambitions with many partners, too many to go into here today. But check out McLuhanfoundation.org, McLuhan Foundation, all one word, McLuhanfoundation.org, and you'll get a snapshot of our commitment and the several projects we're involved in, and our plans that include a online platform for sharing best practice among organizations around the world involved in media literacy, a kind of think tank and incubator for educators to reinvent digital media literacy, and a platform for sharing with the larger public what we learn, including, and we're part of a bid to a waterfront development in Toronto. We have just learned today that we are on the short list, along with other partners who have joined us, to create an actual Global Village Square facility, a McLuhan Global Village Square facility that has a McLuhan museum, a library, and facilities for gathering those interested in the issues that McLuhan represented and that relate to media literacy. So we're, as I say, we're a relatively new organization, but we have ambitious plans, and we have some really fantastic partners who are going to make these things work.
Absolutely, and best wishes to the McLuhan Foundation. Michael, what's your take on some final remarks for this very first time slot of the Global Village Day? Michael.
Thank you very much, Paolo. First of all, really exciting things happening with the foundation. It's incredible to see this actually become a reality. They bit off a big chunk to chew, and they are digesting it. It's really astounding. I guess one of my final thoughts that occurred to me today was that Dad would say, never to bother arguing with people. Your job is never to try and change somebody's minds. It's more to make other people that are witnessing your interchange change theirs. The people that you're speaking with that hold counter views generally won't come on board with you. They generally won't. Nothing you say is going to change their mind. But my goodness, their children, the audience that you might be speaking with, they indeed can embrace a future. And I think that I would say that going forward, whether it's with digital literacy or whether it's just with trying to shepherd our societies through the global village as it's expanded out on the internet, it's to keep in mind that we need to be more compassionate and more loving. And I'm afraid that's the message I keep coming back to today. So I'll just leave it there.
Absolutely, and thank you for remarking the message of taking care of each other. Caroline, your final remarks, and then we will cross to the next time slot. Caroline.
Very good. Just a few quick items to share. I just want to share a little bit of information about projects that the foundation is involved in, things that I hope people can look forward to. We have been fortunate to have been asked by UNESCO headquarters in Paris to help develop media and information literacy curriculum for teachers. This will soon be available online, and we were honored to be able to play a central role in this. And this is intended as a tool that teachers can use and adapt to their local circumstances. The first version of the curriculum has been translated into 11 languages, so we're quite confident that this curriculum as well will have a significant reach. We're also involved in a very interesting project with Global Kids Online, which was founded by the London School of Economics and is supported by UNICEF. So we've been part of an expert global group developing a media literacy module for researchers to use in their work as they're exploring children's activities online. So very excited about that. And finally, I would just like to announce that we are looking forward in 2022 to the Media Education Summit. And this is an annual global conference that attracts researchers and practitioners from around the world who come together to explore the pressing issues of our time. So in 2022, the McLuhan Foundation will co-host this conference with the Center for Excellence in Media Practice at Bournemouth University in the UK and with Simon Fraser University in British Columbia. So please visit our website to check out these initiatives, to find out more information about the conference. We're looking forward to meeting face-to-face, but there will be a virtual component as well for our friends in the Global Village to join us from, we hope, every corner. So we're looking forward to that. And finally, I'll just say that the foundation is really committed to digital media literacy, to supporting teachers and students, but really educators and learners of all ages, with a focus on what McLuhan himself can teach us during these times and as we plan for the future. So thank you, Paolo.
Thank you, Caroline.
Today and to get to see you and to see some of my friends.
Wonderful. So thank you very much. I see our next guests actually are already in the green room. So actually we are running slightly out of time, but I see at 1 p.m. Derek, the Kirk, Arthur Skirkers and Mark Doze are already there in the green screen in the green room, and so I see they are on, and so this is our next time slot. But let me say hi one more time to Michael McLuhan, and thank you, Michael. Thank you, Devin Osback, and thank you, Caroline Wilson. And at the very beginning, we really thank her Honorable Elizabeth Dowswell for her inspiring opening remarks. And so thank you all. Thank you for this. Thank you, our speakers, for the first time slot. And we'll see again, hopefully soon in the Global Village, and the Global Village Day will be back in 1 minute. So bye for now, Michael, David, and Caroline. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks so much, Paolo. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And the Global Village Day will be back in 60 seconds. Welcome back. Global Village Day. We are live on Facebook, live on YouTube. And so we are live from the Global Village to really rethink the symbolic and metaphorical global village in the 21st century to possibly make the global village a more open, sustainable, and inclusive place. I see your comments, my friends. Folks and villagers, we are all connected together. We are gathering together. And so feel free to share your good vibes, to share your comments and thoughts or questions for our speakers. Let me say hi to Corey, Anton. So hello, Corey. And thank you all for sharing your thoughts. And so feel free to be part of the conversation. So the Global Village Day will be the place for really interplay with us, interplay with our more than 40 speakers from 12 different countries. I can't believe from any latitude we are getting together to reflect upon what are the lessons we are learning from the current scenario, what are the lessons as a society we are learning right now. And those lessons will be very important. And to reflect on those lessons, to rethink the global village in the 21st century, let's move on to welcome our speakers and guests for the second time slot. It's 1 p.m. in Toronto. And I'm very glad to welcome our first special guest for this time slot. Derek de Kerkhoff is a friend, is a former director of the McLuhan program in culture and technology at the University of Toronto, among many other tons of publications. I always like to refer to the skin of culture and connected intelligence. Today we will talk about connected intelligence. We also will have an opportunity to really reflect on that. And he coined actually the very idea of connective intelligence, and it's a great pleasure. So finally we will gather together again with Derek, and so it's a great pleasure to welcome back to the Global Village Day Derek de Kerkhoff. Hello, Derek. How are you?
Hi, Paolo. I'm fine. I'm all the better of being invited to this event. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely, very
Okay,
well, and
good.
it's a great pleasure to hear you. And first question, how are you and where are you?
Well, I'm in Rome, not very far from you, at least by comparison to Canada. And
I
yes,
feel your closeness.
and it's a great thing to be part of this extraordinary experience. So there'll be many thanks today. You'll be hearing a lot of the word thank, but the first thanks is to you and to the team that you brought together and the people that are keeping the spirit of McLuhan alive and making it really useful. We are a homeopathic system in the planet, but that works all around it. And so we're sure to hit some very important spots. So thank you also to Caroline and to Michael and to David. I mean, this is a fantastic experience that you are sort of supporting, and for the second time with this wonderful day, the McLuhan Day.
Thank you for being again with us and for reflecting on upon the global village in the 21st century. Any torch at hand? I've been asking to think about a symbolic object as a symbolic torch for running the marathon today. So I'll give you a few minutes, Derek, to think about the symbolic torch, and I'm going to present and bring into discussion our next guest for then concluding a first merry-go-round. So, Derek, I'll see you in a couple of minutes. Please think about the torch for holding to hold for the marathon, the Global Village Day. Okay, I'll be back to you in a couple of minutes. All right. Thank you, David. And our second guest for this time slot, Arthur Squares. And Arthur is an associate professor at the English department and Faculty of Pedagogy and Fine Art in University of Poznan in Poland. And so you see the global village. And Arthur is the author of McLuhan's Galaxies, science fiction film Aesthetics in Light of Marshall McLuhan's Thought, published in 2019. And so he's a contributor in the McLuhan Scholarship to really explore the galaxies, the McLuhan galaxies. And so it is a great pleasure to welcome into the Global Village Arthur Squares. Hello, Arthur.
Hello. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure and an honor.
All right, wonderful. So, are you in Poland right now? So
yes,
wonderful.
Yes, I'm in Poland, in the oldest city in Poland, Kalisz. Yeah,
wonderful. And do you have your symbolic object for as a torch for the Global Village Day?
Yes, I do. It's actually a book.
It's a book.
It's called Men Watching. It's from the 70s, 1977. A Field Guide to Human Behavior by Desmond Morris. And I thought that in the times when we got separated from one another due to the circumstances that we find ourselves in, it's a splendid book to actually consider at the time. It's the perfect guide to kind of returning to the relationships with other people. And actually, it's also fun to read into all the signals that people project, even when they do not know that they're doing it, all the gestures, behaviors, and it goes far beyond body language. It's also in the way we dress, in the way we kind of approach other people. And I think it's a book worth considering, returning to today, especially that after such a long break, many people have lost contact with others. So I think it's a good kind of symbolic object to consider. If not this book, then any book of the sort.
Thank you, Arthur. And then later, I think we will have a chance to talk a little bit about your book. I'm curious to know more about your McLuhan Galaxies book. So thank you very much, Arthur. And our third, actually, special guest for this time slot, he's a professor. Mark Dose is a professor of media studies, specializing in journalism at the University of Amsterdam's Faculty of Humanities. And among many other publications, he's the author of Media Work. Actually, it's a trilogy. So the Media Work, 27, and then Media Life in 2012, and Life in Media forthcoming. So we really look forward to see the third book of this trilogy, and it's a great pleasure to host and welcome into the Global Village Mark Doza. Welcome. Hello, Mark.
Hello, Paolo.
How are you? All right. Dramatic opening. You got it. So wonderful. So, Mark, how are you and where are you? Just to warm up and present yourself to some extent. Where are you and how are you?
Well, I'm absolutely fine. It's really good to see you, Paolo. Thank you for letting me participate in this Global Village Day. And I'm in a tiny little coastal village in the northeast of England called Seaton Sluice. So the beach is right there. So I live here. Normally, I live here half of the time, and the other half in Amsterdam when I'm teaching there. And of course, since the pandemic, I've only been here.
Oh, wow.
And but it's lovely here, and we just had Freedom Day yesterday here in the UK. So apparently, the pandemic is over.
Apparently, the pandemic is over, and UK, well, is leading in many. No, I think it's leading many. We see and we look really careful to what happens in UK. So even to figure out and adjust. Other countries look at the UK as a laboratory, I will say, as an experimental laboratory, human laboratory on pandemics, and so. For the good and the bad, but to some extent, we learned a lot from UK, and so we of course we really wish that that move will be instrumental to really go back to some kind of normality. And so, thank you, Mark, for sharing. So, any object, any torch? Are you holding the torch for the Global Village?
I have an object. It's right behind me.
Exactly. I see the bicycle over there. And so, I know you are a biker and a lover. Absolutely. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, and that started during the pandemic. And I wasn't planning to become, what is it, a mammal, middle-aged man in Lycra. But I am. That was the first bike I got. I now have 7. So I went a bit crazy. But the reason why I wanted to use the bicycle as a torch is because the bicycle was the most sought after, or still is the most sought after and sold out item on the planet during this pandemic. And that to me says a lot about how, yes, we are all very different, but there are things that connect us. And it's not just media, it's actually very much also life outside of media on these things. So to me, the bicycle is a torch, both for me personally, as well as for our Global Village this year.
Absolutely. But that's very clever, actually. So it took a pandemic to realize how sustainable is biking. For instance, in Toronto, they have been building bike lanes in response to the pandemic, much more than before. I mean, that was a kind of enlightenment to really realize that a bike is a very sustainable, I think, means for mobility, of course, and not only. So I think, that's a great torch. So you can run even faster than us with a bicycle.
Well, yeah,
all right.
And it's interesting how in the bicycle everything comes together. I mean, same here in the UK and in other countries, this investment in bike lanes, in part because people started cycling, but also in part realizing that a lot of the complications of COVID infections had to do with our sedentary lifestyles. So it's also this subtle push to all of us to get outside, whether we like to or not. And then, of course, everybody starts sharing their bike pictures and their bike segments on Strava and on Facebook. So the bike is becoming mediated as well, which ties into so many ideas of the great Marshall McLuhan. So yeah, it's a fabulous torch for me.
Wonderful. And that made me think, so why don't we try to, this is for our folks and villagers on YouTube and Facebook, why don't we try to apply the tetrad, maybe the McLuhan tetrad, to the very idea of bicycle? So what does the bicycle extend? What does the bicycle retrieve? What does the bicycle flip into? What does the bicycle make obsolete? So I think a nice tetrad will be to reflect on the actual impact of the biking and cycling in a post-pandemic world. I think think I had okay, here I have the tetrad. I see now, Mark, we are tetraded. I don't know. Tetrad can be a verb actually. So I invite all the tetrad specialists online on Facebook and YouTube to unleash your creative and critical thinking. And so think about bicycle as a way, as a medium, right? Bicycle as a medium, and thinking about the infrastructure and if bicycle is the figure, what's the ground in terms of our humanity? And so enjoy and unleash your creativity, enhancing, flipping, retrieving, obsolescing. So that medium, the bicycle. And so thank you, Mark, for this hook. And so we'll see our villagers online, what kind of tetrading thinking. I really look forward to it. Okay, so folks, villagers and friends, please share your thoughts about the bike as a medium, and then we will build on it. And this is wonderful. I'm going to remove actually the tetrad. The Mark, I'll be back to you in a few minutes because I want to make a second merry-go-round, so to dive into the discussion, to dive into our great lessons we learned from the pandemic, and then in a third merry-go-round, I like to know more about your trilogy and the media life and the life in media forthcoming book. So later I'll be back to you in a few minutes, and we will dive into your into this discussion. Okay, Mark?
Cheers.
Thank you. And Derek, where are you? I think I'm going to bring you back, Derek. All right, here you are. I received some pictures from you, Derek. I didn't actually made sense of them, so I have a guess, but I wanted you to explain the meaning and to some extent reflections that are generated by those pictures. So if you don't mind, I'll share the first one. This is the first one. Derek, what's going on here? I'm not sure. Okay, I'll turn over to you,
Okay.
Derek.
Well, I'm sure everybody's seen this picture, and the reflection that comes from it, it must be obvious. This is a lineup to get to the top of the Everest. It's a lineup of hundreds of people risking their lives, and really doing so, in order to do a selfie on the top of the Everest. And for me, it is a bit, again, a lesson from McLuhan, the return of the absurd. There was a literary genre called the absurd, where Samuel Beckett and Eugène Ionesco were featured. And they took the absurdity of daily life and made pieces of theater and literature on it. But now the absurd has left the stage and come into our life. The other picture is just a sort of an echo of this one, and it shows a lineup of people who think that the best way of fighting COVID is to go and buy guns. And this was actually something that was happening at the beginning of the lockdown. The idea that the first thing you would do is defend yourself against potential predators. So yes, this is what comes from McLuhan. McLuhan used to love etymologies, and when he didn't have one ready, he would just invent it. And we were talking to one day together about the absurd, because the absurd is a very important sign of what was going on at the time. And he said, well, it obviously means off the ground, pulled away from the ground. And McLuhan, of course, was very keen on the figure-ground relationship. He was very original about it because he picked it up from Gestalt theory. But what he really wanted to say was the ground is not just the background of the figure in a simply visual way. It is the source of culture. It is what makes culture sort of, produce figures. And so I've been very interested in the figures that are produced by cultures today. And to pick up on your questions, and I must say I was delighted to be guided in my thinking by them, I just want to use another tetrad. I'm using two methods of McLuhan. One is the tetrad, and the other one is the figure ground. We are all talking today about the scandal, the global, absolute global scandal of Pegasus. Pegasus is a software invented in Israel that is sold around the world to head of states and to important cybersecurity agencies and so on. But it turns out that it's not just to fight terrorism, it's actually to spy on those very people they are sold to, and particularly on journalists. And it has already occasioned the imprisonment or the death of several people. So it's an absolutely horrible thing that's happening, and everybody's very angry about it. So I put a tetrad to it. What does it enhance? Well, of course, it enhances spying. What is it? What does it obsolescence? Privacy. There is no more privacy. What it retrieves is permanent confession. We're constantly, probed and cataloged and so on. But if you want to know what it flips into, this is the most important, I think, of the tetrad, which it flips into an entirely new ethics. Since we are nude in the streets, naked in the streets, since we cannot escape this spying, and I'm not a journalist, and I don't think I'm immediately targeted, or maybe not you either, Paolo, but eventually, that's the point of the whole thing. McLuhan said, privacy is over, just like Zuckerberg repeated it after him. So that's the point. What happens to a culture that has no more privacy? And coming to figure ground, what I found was really important was to compare the ground of literacy that has been the source of all the figures of our society, all the way from privacy itself, bureaucracy, running literally. Literacy was the basis from which everything was happening. Right now, the ground has changed. It is now the digital ground, what people call the digital transformation. And McLuhan made it very clear that when two grounds are entering into contact, the older one is challenged by the second one. And what's happening is that the digital ground is taking over from the alphabetic one, and it creates an epistemological crisis, of which come out fake news, post-truth, the whole thing. We are in a situation right now that not only are we externalizing the content of our minds on screens and onto our cell phone, but we're also, all these cognitive faculties, our memory, our judgment, our intelligence, which is supported by Alexa and Siri, our choices, all of these things are replaced by algorithms that are taking over. So we have to deal with that situation. And I'm going to work on that, and I'll probably have a chance to have in a third round tell you what I'm doing on it. But the point is, we have to recognize that the clash of the grounds is now creating an extremely complicated situation of which we are in transition, and from which we would like the nightmare we would like to wake up of.
This is absolutely true, and I think we will have a chance to keep discussing on that. Let me share, David, Derek, a few thoughts. Bernadette, by the way, hello, Bernadette, an active an active member of the Media Ecology Association. And I know many members of the MEA are watching this Global Village Day, so hello, everyone. Bird, some comments about the idea of a society in which most of us live, the foreground of is the distortion of true being. So I think that is something to take into account. And Derek, I was curious to learn about from you about the lessons we are learning in terms of society, right? As a society, what's the most important lesson you think we have to learn in the midst, or just at the end of this pandemic, globally thinking? So, what's the most important lesson we have to remember for the years to come?
Well, I think it is the first that the global, the global reality of what's happening comes from the pandemic. But of course, the pandemic is just a sort of foreplay. It introduces something which is much more serious, and it's equally global, which is the whole issue of the climate change. You can deny it, you can approve it, you can whatever it is, but it is really happening. And if there is anything that proves it, is the fire, that happens in the west of Canada and the west of the United States, and the horrible floods that have hit Germany and Belgium, my original homeland. It's the climate change is going to get worse. It's not going to get better. And it's the first time that we have a real threat that is totally global, which means that it'll globalize society. One of the major problems of the global concept is, quite beyond the global village, is that it's understood as something that concerns business and maybe concerns geopolitics. But fundamentally, it concerns the way we think. And it's the way we think that we have to change. And the post-pandemic is something that is the probably sufficiently powerful thing that can actually force us to do that. So I have that hope. And of course, I will talk more about my response to this, but I have been working on quantum physics. And I'm writing a book on it, and I'm writing a second book on it. As a matter of fact, the first book is already in press, but I'm writing a book about trying to explain to people what quantum physics means by using literature, starting with Finnegan's Wake, if anybody cares to hear. Finnegan's Wake is a festival of superposition. And in fact, Finnegan's Wake makes mentions of quantum physics. What happens with quantum physics is entanglement. And entanglement is exactly what we are sharing with everything, not just with other people, with plants, with animals, a true ecological belief, thinking, knowledge, in fact, is what will change the way we are going to deal with the environment. If you are totally integrated as a part of the scene and not as an observer or a user, because our classical physics makes us the master of the world. No, we're not masters of the world. We are sharing into the world. And so we have to respect enormously everything. And not even, we don't have to just respect things that are living, or, we have to respect things that just are. And I'm sure that's going to happen. I'm sure it's going to happen. It's going to take longer probably than we hope for. But I have a very strong sense that we are only in a transition phase. It's the most painful time, but we'll get out of this.
Well, I like your optimism, your reasoning in taking the most of this challenge, the challenges we are facing, and rethink the way we undertake our relationship to our being, our living entities and entities in general. So thank you, Derek. So that's a great point. I'll be back to you for another merry-go-round, Derek. And so thank you again. And I see many other comments. I'll try to pick a few comments and then maybe we will start from there. So thank you, Derek. I'll be back to you in a few minutes. And I was curious to know, Arthur, Arthur, can you tell us more? I'm curious to know more in a nutshell, your take on your book. And now maybe your McLuhan Galaxies book can help us better understanding the world we are living right now. This is your This is your book. And Arthur, what's your take on the book?
Thank you for the question. Well, a lot of interesting and important points have been raised already in the first section and in this section. Just now, it was stated after McLuhan that privacy is over. And I think that it introduces a lot of problems, because since privacy is over, everything is in the open. We have to, whether we want it or not, we have to share something that is personal and private with others. And so from that, there arises conflict, basically. So conflict stems from dissimilar beliefs and interests, and since we have to share them due to the lack of privacy, well, problems kind of result. And that is why I think visual ordering is seen as disruptive, this kind of putting of ideas into categories, set categories, which was typical for the previous era, for the educated people, for the literate people, basically. And I think that the films that are discussed in my book, McLuhan's Galaxies, all to a greater or lesser degree tackle that problem. In those films, very often there are rebellions. For example, the films that I included here, that I discussed here, are very popular films, such as Star Wars as a whole franchise, or Aliens, Terminator franchise, or the Matrix trilogy, as well as Avatar and Blade Runner. And in all of them, we have some kind of rebellion against some authority. Usually, this authority is represented by this linear thought, this idea that we want to order something, that order is required for progress to continue, perhaps. And in their aesthetics, they kind of rebel against that ordering at the very ground level of being full of grime, being full of wear and tear, presenting a dirty world usually, and a world full of asymmetry. And I think that this is something that is very often not noticed in those films. And I think that it's a good idea to look at this problem from McLuhan's perspective, from this asymmetry entering our world, which used to be ordered, but now other senses have kind of become just as dominant, or they have started to fight for dominance in our sensorium. Yeah, I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Yes.
Totally agree. Totally agree. The idea of the asymmetry, right, as a way in literature, is that asymmetric thinking, literature, science fiction, arts in general, are the way to provide that kind of asymmetrical thinking, right? To not to readjust the order, but even to subvert that order. I think that's very clever, and so I like that. Well, we learn more and more from your book, McLuhan Galaxies. And science fiction, film aesthetics, in the light of Marshall McLuhan thought. So, thank you, Arthur. I'll be back to you for a third and final merry-go-round later. Thank you very much, Arthur. Wonderful. And I see actually that there are many dozens of comments generated by Mark's tetrad and Mark's idea of the biking and bike. I think I see Mark. Where are you, Mark? I think you started already tetrading a little bit your medium, right? Your medium, the bike. And so let me see if I find your comment, and we can start from this. Mark, tetrad bicycle flip makes short car rides or some phone calls less likely to fall. So I think I missed the first one. So tell me more about your tetrad, about biking, please.
Oh, I was just having a little fun, and I see several people, Jerry, Robert, and other people already making lovely additions. I think this is something.
So if you don't mind, let's start from the beginning. That's the first one. Sorry. So that's the first one. Enhance. So what does the bike enhance?
Well, I mean, I'm primarily thinking of cycling during the pandemic, during all these lockdowns, right? When we weren't allowed to really go outside of the house unless for really important things. And we couldn't mingle with other households or friends, with the exception of cycling. Cycling with maximum one other person has always been allowed, regardless of any kind of lockdown. So in that sense, the bike became a source of fundamental freedom. And of course, it reintroduced physical contact in a time where social distancing was paramount. And I think that's what makes it such a powerful medium, right? That it allows us to extend something basic to our humanity that for a variety of reasons was curtailed or limited, at least for a while. And maybe people didn't even feel like cycling all that much, but it was the only way. And of course, being stuck inside the home behind a screen the entire day makes you aware of not just the amazing thing that brings to you, right? I mean, next to cycling, the most successful artifact of the pandemic was Zoom, right? Video calling. So there is something beautiful, I'm not sure if that's the right word, about this pandemic and it being part of a global village during a pandemic. But at the same time, that also created a kind of awareness, or like Derek said earlier, a kind of literacy about media that we perhaps could have never achieved in the classroom, right? I mean, only when forced into media 24/7 in a deliberate way, because we are always in media 24/7, but now truly in a deliberate way, we realized it's not enough. And that's, again, what the bike draws out of us, next to, of course, things like trampolines and going to a park or a forest.
Yeah. And second part, the flip side of the tetrad makes short car rides and some phone calls less likely. Probably, yes, absolutely. I've never seen people actually watching their phone, using their phone but while biking. So that's absolutely clever. Let's see the third one. Is this the third one? Yes, retrieve. Can you tell us close contact, right? Embodied the co-presence.
Well, I mean, this is also very much my personal experience. I mean, I only started cycling last year, and I joined a local club, and we weren't allowed to go on club rides during lockdown, but you could always ride with one other person. And so one of the other club members who lived close by, he forced me. He said, like, come on, Mark, we're going for a ride. Whether it was snowing or raining or whatever, we went out, I mean, twice a week or 3 times a week on a bike ride around Northumberland here in the northeast of England. And so all of a sudden you felt really close, face to face with somebody during a time where we're all in lockdown. And that was beyond, the physical remarkability of cycling and getting a bit fitter. It was just this amazing experience of feeling really close to somebody at a time where we weren't supposed to, and that was, I think, through the bike, a reconnection to our own humanity, and like Zoom can be as well. If you be in touch with your parents and grandparents or whatever via Zoom, can also make you feel a bit more human rather than just being stuck at home all the time.
Yeah, and reconnecting. And well, absolutely clever. And what the final one, the last one, what does bike make obsolete?
Well, I was thinking that one world that I was introduced to, a media world that I was introduced to through the bicycle, was the world of Zwift, which is an online virtual world where you can race or cycle with anybody anywhere around the world. And at any given moment, there's tens of thousands of people cycling in this world. And the world is partly completely make-believe, but partly also made out of real-world environments, like the Alpe d'Huez, the famous Tour de France mountain in France, or Central Park in New York, or the Champs-Élysées in Paris, where you can cycle with other people. And people weren't just doing that. They were then also obsessively logging and documenting their bike rides and sharing them online through apps like Strava. And to me, that was just a beautiful example of even this very much embodied physical experience of cycling can be virtualized in our media environment, in our life in media. We turn everything into media, including that which ostensibly perhaps is not, and that makes the cycle in itself obsolete by virtualizing it in a virtual world. That's what I was thinking about. We have to think a bit more carefully about all of this, but I'm sure our friends in the Global Village will do that in the comments.
In fact, I was just reading some comments on the bike from Alex Kuskus, enhances exercise, good health, retrieve, riding horses, reverse, flip, motorcycle, obsolescence, walking. And then we have Jerry. Hello, Jerry, by the way. How are you? And circular thinking stimulator. And that's interesting. Absolutely. So thank you, Jerry.
Yeah.
And I see, let's see, there goes walking sofa and retrieving hiking, home pigeon, and then flipping into new electricity creations. This is very, very Finnegan, very Joyceans. Thank you, Jerry. And I think there was another tetrad from I'll find it. And so I like the tetrad as a critical thinking tool. Basically, it's a creative and critical thinking tool to better make sense of the all human inventions, the human artifacts, and reflect on probably what I like the most of the tetrad is the ability of letting us think about the unintended implications, right? The more you think about the intended implications, the more you can get the unintended, what's really not unexpectable, unintended, and it's really absolutely fascinating. And do you, Mark? Do you use the tetrad, the laws of media, with your students? In media life and understanding the life of media around us, but is it part of your pedagogical tools, Mark?
Yeah, absolutely. And I, especially because of what you just said, Paolo, which I really appreciate, to make you think through unintended consequences, and to me that means to make you consistently aware of, that how important it is to be at wonder with the world, to be open for surprise, to be to embrace that what you absolutely cannot imagine. And I think that's an actual skill that needs to be consistently trained, that sometimes gets lost in contemporary higher education with its focus on grades and diplomas and just moving through the curriculum. And I think that's one of the most amazing things from McLuhan's work, from Derek de Kerkhoven's leadership and your leadership of the Institute, is that to maintain that sense of wonder, of like, oh wow, what's this like? What's going to happen next? What right? Without immediately framing it in terms of specific theory or theorists, or testing it using particular methods. And that's important. That's wonderful. But to first open your heart and to see what does this all make possible. And so that's definitely, I mean, at the heart of my teaching. Especially I teach an undergraduate course for about 600-700 students in Amsterdam every year. I did that before in Indiana. And that's the most fun I always have, to explore this media environment that we're living in from a sense of wonder.
Wow, this is great. I like the idea, and it reminds me that one of the most important components of the humanistic thinking back in the 15th century is that sense of wonder. So, reading. The very idea of reading to foster, right, that sense of wonder, that sense of explorations, imaginations, reading for as an inner dialogue with the author, with the text. And so I think we have to definitely retrieve that sense of wonder in our pedagogy, in our online meeting, online teaching. So fostering the sense of wonder, that's absolutely wonderful. So thank you, Mark, for pointing this out. And I think yes, we will have time for a final merry-go-round, And so you just later, I'll give you a few minutes to think about a secret you can reveal about your forthcoming book on media life and your explorations in media life. So for a final merry-go-round and final remarks, I'll be back to you for some secrets and some premiere news about your scholarship and your works. Okay, Mark? Thank you. And by the way, so where's Derek? Derek, because there were many comments actually on your speech, your thoughts. So thank you for stimulating comments from our audience, because there are too many actually. So let me do this. Please be brief. So if you want your comments, folks and villagers, please, if you want your comments showing up on our live stream, be please a little bit brief, so I can go on it. So Derek, firstly, again, I wanted to keep discussing with you about. As a final remark, as a final merry-go-round on the lessons we are learning, and what's your take for the near future? What's your take on the upcoming return? For instance, in Toronto, we are going back to the in-person learning. That's the plan. So, what's your take on the coming back, the return, the some sense of retrieving that normal, the new normal that we are about to approach in a few months? What's your take?
Well, I have very good news about that, because if I compare the before and the after of the lockdown in Italy, when I was in Italy, obviously couldn't go back to Canada, what I discovered was, in fact, in a matter of couple of weeks, everybody had forgotten the thing had happened. Everybody seemed to just go back to business as usual, traveling as usual, mixing as usual. Of course, it didn't help at all, and it probably was one of the major reasons it kept the whole virus system going. And I fear that even though the violence of the climate change is more present now, between the last one and now, we have lost the ice on the poles. We've lost acres and acres and acres to fires. We're now losing cities or small towns to floods. It's much worse now than it was at the end of the first lockdown. Not only that, we have the virus called the Delta, and then the Delta is going to. By the way, my theory about the virus, I'm going to give you one just to make you laugh, but I think the virus is one being. It's not a multiplication of things. It's one that is distributed globally. And the moment it hits a snag, well, I can handle that. It just mutates. And it's going to continue doing that until we really, really do it right. And to do it right, everybody has to follow the rules. On the other hand, what do you see in Italy? What do you see in France? People lining up trying to throw Macron out of the window because he's actually reinforcing some of the rules. People who deny absolutely. There is tons and tons of fake news about whether the virus is real or not real, whether it comes from China, whether it's part of a global sort of biological warfare. That's not helping anything. Absolutely not. So what I'm afraid of, and this is my bad news, is that's going to take a third sort of lockdown next year, with more evidence of how the climate change is the real problem, not the virus. And so that we will have to get ready for a post-virus, not just, how do we reset our thinking? We'll have to get ready for a post-virus running of the world.
This is great. So the virus as an eye-opener, right? So that made us realize what matters in life, in the global planet, in the global human family, as an eye-opener for really thinking about what is really important, what matters, and how to cope with it. So let me say, well, somehow we can learn from the virus to really focus on what is important. So that's a very nice, and I appreciate your take, Derek. Final remark on the idea that the virus is teaching us what matters in our humanity. Thank you. That's absolutely
the virus
great.
is the message.
Exactly. The virus message
It's the
is
message.
absolutely absolutely smart and clever. And Arthur, you are there, so I'm gonna put you on, so, because essentially it's the final merry-go-round. So Derek already gave us a very nice take on the virus message, a message in a bottle, a message in a blood, a message in a body. What's your final remark, final take, Arthur?
Yeah, so obviously these stern kind of predictions are in order. That is true. I think that reality is catching up with us quite a bit, and we have been kind of shielded through our media from the the sternness of reality in a way. But I think that there's a definite light at the end of this tunnel, because we don't have to be so grim. I think that we can be optimistic about the future when we think that we could kind of reach out to other people once again and try to foster those interpersonal relations instead of mediatizing them all the time. Because when you mediatize anything, it kind of something is lost in translation, in this transposition from one medium to another. So there is a certain kind of falsity that enters our perception of reality. So maybe the return to the physical reality of it all is the actual answer, and it would perhaps reinvigorate us mentally, which is sorely needed after the trials and tribulations that we've been through those 2 years that have passed. And I think one of the answers is actually something that was mentioned in this first section, which is playfulness. And was actually mentioned in this section as well, sport, right? Riding the bike. This is also a kind of a game, kind of play, a gun, actually, as far as game is concerned. And maybe it's like game could be used to engage others without being threatening. Because Huizinga, who wrote Homo Ludens, or Calwa, who wrote Le Jeu à les Hommes, they said that play is not productive. But on the other hand, you might argue that it is. I would argue that it is quite definitely, although it's not their goal, right, to be productive. But it gives us the chance to navigate the unexpected. And that is what we have now, a lot of unexpected data and events that we have to tackle as problems. So returning to, wrapping up and returning to the book that I just discussed, I think that we can learn from science fiction quite a bit about the possible disasters, possible scenarios of the future. But we can also learn about how they approach the problems. In many of those films that I discussed, you could see how much attention was paid to nostalgia, to kind of it seems that it's very important to us in this day and age. Nostalgia, returning to the past, trying to retrieve the old technologies. Once again, bikes, right? But also in Star Wars, it was things like swords, the lightsabers. On the other hand, there was a spin on it, because those weren't just merely samurai swords. They were basically, as I argued in the book, they were basically switchblades. They were the cool kind of weapon you would use in a fight. You can just turn it on, and suddenly you're a dangerous person. So on the one hand, you could argue that this less serious approach to reality is the way out, like it was done in old science fiction. And I think McLuhan gave us the answer. He used the probes, which he also said were not that serious, or should not have been treated as such serious, theories. But on the other hand, we can see how many answers they provided us with, and further questions that they kind of spurned on and gave us a reason to ask. So I think exploration of the world through probes is a very engaging way to see reality, and I think it's also the best kind of attitude we can have or hope to have, I think, today.
Awesome, awesome. And so the poetic probing approach as a way to face and cope with the unexpected. So I think that is beautiful. Thank you very much, Arthur. And Mark, your final remarks for closing this second time slot. So Mark, what's your final take?
My final take. Paolo, you're still at the beginning of your marathon. I mean, it's way too early for final takes.
Yeah, because I want to value each segment, each time slot. So I want to take the most of each kilometer of this marathon, and so that's why I'm wondering what's your
Okay, I will do this. It's a little bit self-promotion, but it's also very much well intended. Is you were kind enough to introduce me by saying that I'm working on a book trilogy, right? I've published Media Work and Media Life with Polity Press, and I'm working on a third book, which is you mentioned Life in Media. That is actually a book that I am working on for MIT. But it's not part of the trilogy. It's like a separate book. I'm actually working on the third part of the trilogy, which is called Media Love. And why am I mentioning this?
My fault. Okay.
No. This is all still very secret, and like I'm giving you a
okay,
teaser.
exactly. I've been asking for a secret. Okay, Media Love.
And the reason why I'm mentioning this here is that I've become increasingly convinced that, and I'm gonna sound cheesy now, is that the answer to a better understanding of just about anything, especially if it involves media, is love. And love, not just in a hippie sense, although that's very important too, of a global village where we're all actually not united by advertising, but by connection, and not in a Zuckerberg sense, but a connection in a true empowering sense of lifting everybody up, of truly caring for those who cannot afford to participate. But love also in a general sense of emotion is that if there's one thing that we have learned is that the way people make sense of anything and the reason why people are using media, any kind of media, is emotion. It's not to inform themselves, it's not to enlighten themselves, it's emotion, is to find ways to express themselves or texts or movies or games that make them feel something that they then later on can share. And it's that aspect of our global village that I think Marshall McLuhan has talked about a lot, often indirectly, which led critics of him to say that he was sometimes, inconsistent or not clear enough. And it's like, no, that's what emotions are, right? They're inconsistent. We are all inherently inconsistent. And that's the source of true understanding and a true embrace of the vast differences that connect us. And I feel, if anything, that's where the answer should be when we move forward, is to acknowledge, for example, that our response to the virus, as we're moving into what Derek says, post-virus world, will be inherently different and will be at different speeds and possible for different people in different ways. And all of those differences matter. The smallest ones up to the biggest ones. And I'm still very hopeful that we can do this with or without the Trumps and Johnsons of this world, or the Bolsonaros, or any of the other idiots. I'm sorry.
No, don't mind.
You're on.
And no, thank you. And I see Derek Arthur waving somehow. So thank you for your final. We look forward to Media Love, and this is great. Thank you, Mark, for this secret anticipation premiere news of your works. So thank you, Mark. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Arthur.
Thank you.
Connected from all across Europe, basically. That was a European session, basically. And so thank you very much. I see on the green room our next actually special guests. I see in the green room Peter, Lars, and Anna and a group of scholars from Russia. So it's all good. I see them in the green room. But thanks again, Mark, Arthur, and Derek. And well, I look forward to seeing you again in the Global Village or maybe in person. So let's keep in touch. And thank you again
Absolutely.
for
Thank you.
running with me and with us in the Global Village.
It's been a
Ciao,
pleasure.
ciao, ciao, Mark. Ciao, Arthur. Ciao.
Use the torch.
Okay, I'll get back the torch. And as usual, the Global Village will be back in 1 minute. I'll see you in 1 minute. We are back. We are back in the Global Village. Welcome back. Hello, my friends. And I wish, well, I wish I could bring all your comments on our screen. So keep share your comments, good vibes and questions. I'll take them all. Let me see from here. And by the way, greetings from Turin. We are in Italy right now. I'm in Italy right now. But this is a global village. This is a global classroom. So any latitudes of 12 different countries connected together, gathered together to rethink the global village in a post-pandemic world, rethinking the global village in the 21st century to really build a more open, sustainable, and inclusive global village. And let me say hi to some friends who actually share some thoughts. So Anila, cultural from Uruguay. So this is great. Hello. And then I see Brian Taylor. I love Brian commenting. I think there was a thought from Derek and the virus lockdown. And so, well, I see there is a discussion going on. So absolutely. And again, this is a community building exercise. We want to foster discussion, conversation. This event is not another Zoom or Teams meeting. It's a unique, engaging, interactive interplay of villagers all across the globe that take care of the future of our planet and human family. So thank you everyone for sharing your thoughts. And so Elaine, hello, great to see you. And I see Tom thanking Derek, and I think there were a few other comments, Bird, on Mark's optimism. So I wanted to acknowledge your comments to our guests from the 1 p.m. time slot. But now it's right 2:05 in Toronto in the Global Village. It's well, good evening or good morning, wherever you are. I think it's nice to see that we are really running this marathon all together from different parts of the world and reflecting together. And so we are taking the most of these technologies for getting together, sharing, and possibly thinking together and in a more sustainable way. And so I'm very glad that you are engaged, right? So keep discussing, keep sharing your thoughts. So we are live on Facebook and YouTube. Just share your comments, and I'll be able to pick them for stimulating discussion and dialogue. All right, and it's now time for introducing our next guests for the 2 p.m. time slot, so running slightly late, but I think that's okay, that's fine. And I will start with Peter Baxter, and the professor chair of the Department of Art and Media Studies and Academy of Media Arts in Cologne, Germany. And he is the co-editor of a very recent publication who really catch my curiosity. And this book is titled A Medium Called McLuhan, with essentially 37 interviews all about McLuhan as a medium. So I think Peter will tell us more about this. So it's a great pleasure to welcome into the Global Village Peter Baxter. Hello, Peter. Can you?
Hello.
Peter, how do you prefer? Peter or Peter? It's a German or English
That's fine. Anyhow, it's fine.
Anyhow, okay. Hello, anyhow. No. Wonderful, Peter. And so thank you for being with us. Thank you for joining us. Are you in Germany, I guess?
Yes, close to the
Yes.
Alpine Mountains at the Lake of Constance,
Oh.
where night is coming, and it's afternoon in Toronto, I guess.
Yes.
Although not in your studio. In your studio, it's just studio.
Yeah. And by the way, so just to let me remind about the tragedy that recently happened in Germany. So we want to really share our thoughts to this kind of climate unpredictable disaster, because I know that Germany always took care of the landscape safety and so on. However, so a climate disaster that actually recently this past week happened in Germany. So we wanted to share our closeness to all the German people that suffered the most due to this event. All right.
Thank you very much for that. And just let me add one point. One of the problems was that information didn't get through. And this is quite amazing, as we are all dealing with information all the time. But in this catastrophic moment, central information did not get through for various reasons. One was that sirens, analog sirens, were no longer installed, and people didn't care for their WhatsApp or whatsoever information. They didn't believe it. They thought it's all fake news. So information was lacking, and that was part of the problem.
This is interesting, and it makes me think that those events are crucial to hopefully improve, right, the way we build our communication infrastructures to serve society, to really build communication networks for the common good, right? So I think there is something we will, and so I think all folks from the Global Village are sharing the thoughts for Deutschland and for the German people everywhere. So thank you, Alex, and I see other comments as well. So Peter, I'll be back to you. So I'll conclude the first merry-go-round introducing our guests, and then we will dive more into your Medium McLuhan book. Okay, I'll see you later, Peter. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And in fact, this is a kind of a German panel. So there is another German scholar. I'm very proud and happy to host and welcome into the Global Village, Lars Grabbe. Lars, Münster School of Design, professor at Münster School of Design, FH Münster in Germany, of course, I told you. And his among many other publications in digital literacy, digital humanities. I think he's a very cross-disciplinary scholar. So I really wanted to meet him, and so I'm very glad to welcome him to the Global Village. And he also is the editor. I want to talk more about this. Is the editor of Eric McLuhan and the Media Ecology in the 21st Century. And so, as with us, Lars Grabbe. Hello, Lars. How are you? And welcome into the Global Village.
Thanks, you.
Hello.
Yeah, great to be here. Thank
you. Wonderful. Where are you? Where are you right now? In Münster?
Right now in my office. Yeah, since
you are in your office.
Yeah, it's 8 o'clock in the morning for 12 hours now. we had a lot of examinations of our students here, bachelor and master exams, and so this is my final working hour today.
All right, I appreciate your final, and thank you for running with us, for holding the torch. And by the way, so Lars, do you have your torch attend? Have you? Let's dive into the. Okay, okay.
I think it works really good with our pandemic situation. It's an image of an image, an interface. Yeah, a guy who has a specific augmented reality tablet computer for making physical contact with the cactus behind him. So it's quite interesting for media theory or media ecology, the aspects of touch screens and interfaces, getting in contact with the images and getting in contact with the aesthetics of our life worlds.
Absolutely. And I want to know more. I want to learn more about your research on this and the book about Eric McLuhan. And by the way, so the Global Village Day, of course, it's conceived to honor the legacy of Marshall McLuhan, but we always remember, we always take into account the great legacy of Marshall's sons, Eric McLuhan, a pioneer, a champion of McLuhan scholarship, a champion of the Toronto School, and his memory is still alive in the media ecology community, in the Global Village community. And so I appreciate, we will have a chance later today, Lars, to talk a little bit more about Eric McLuhan and the media ecology in the 21st century. So I'll be back to you in a few minutes. And so thank you. I'll see you later. All right, and I see discussions going on live on YouTube and Facebook, live on comments, and so feel free to share your comments. Feel free to. Oh, there is a greetings for Lars. Greeting Lars from Alphonse. Okay, message delivered, marshaled. All right, and I see discussions going on many other topics. So thank you, Bernadette, another champion of the media ecology scholarship. Thank you, Bird, for facilitating and animating discussion on the chat. And so thank you. This is absolutely great. Thank you, Bernadette, including love that. I'm not sure what's. I think I missed something. I said thank you, Bird. Keep chatting, keep commenting. And I think, all right, so it's 2:15. All right, so it's now time to introduce our third special guest, which is not just one special guest. It's a group. I think I mentioned already. It's a group of scholars. It's a research team, and I'm very happy to be in touch with them in Russia, as in Moscow, particularly as a way to really foster an international scholarship, not only in McLuhan studies, but also in digital literacy studies. So I see in the green room some members of the Center for Digital Cultures and Media Literacy in the Faculty of Communications, Media and Design and the School of Media at the HSE University in Moscow. So I'm very glad, I'm very happy and honored to host and welcome into the Global Village Irina Dushakova and Nikita Kushkin. Hello, Irina. Hello, Nikita. How are you?
Fine. We're in Moscow. It's very heat. We're struggling with heat, but today is 2 degrees easier than it was before yesterday.
All right. So welcome. Anyway, so warm welcome into the Global Village. And by the way, so we will have a message from Anna Kachayeva. Anna Kachayeva. I'll share later a message. Anna Kachayeva is the director of the Center of Digital Cultures, and later I will share a video message from Anna Kachayeva. Irina, what's going on? Irina, first time, well, nice to see you in the Global Village. And what's going on? Where are you right now, Irina?
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. And I'm in Moscow. And I have a torch for our Global Village Day. it's a delivery box from one of our hugest digital corporations, and I'll dwell upon our projects about collaboration with this corporation a bit later.
Wonderful, wonderful. So, why the box, the delivery box is why the delivery box is a torch?
So it's a part of our huge ecosystem that was created by this corporation that started history as a browser, as a web search engine, and now it has developed as a lot of applications that change our everyday activities, our everyday life. Not only the way we navigate in the Russian language, not only the way we navigate the internet, but also the way we build our reality today. So that's why it's the delivery
relevant.
box from that corporation.
Yeah, and thinking inside the box. I guess it's important to think about the infrastructure, right, around the delivery of that box, the infrastructure that allows that, and it's part of the overall system, the overall media ecosystem in the very in its materiality, right, in its physicality.
Yeah, and also the responsibility of the platforms that build this reality.
Yeah, absolutely right. Okay, so I'm glad that you are holding the torch from Russia and running from Russia in this global marathon. So Nikita and Irina, I'll be back to you, right, for a second merry-go-round once we dive into the topic of discussion, and then as said, I will share a video from Anna Kachkayeva. And so, thank you, Nikita, Irina. I'll see you later. All right. Thank you. And this is wonderful. I guess it's now time to firstly, acknowledge some of the discussions going on on the chat. So feel free to keep chatting, keep discussing, and I have a surprise. I think later, later today in this session time slot, I will reveal a special surprise we have for all the villagers and folks joining us for the Global Village Day. So stay tuned, because there is a chance to play, there is a chance to engage and participate in a special thing. So I'll tell you later. So I'm the man of the surprises, so I like doing surprises. So stay tuned. There will be a surprise later in about 30 minutes. That said, let's go back to Peter. Peter, where are you? Here you are. So Peter, so let's talk a little bit about your book. I wanted to, the Global Village Day, it's a balance between some of McLuhan scholarship. It's a balance between the McLuhan scholarship and the McLuhan's take to reflect on the contemporary times. And so it's nice to take advantage of your scholarship, your studies and researchers to really learn more about how to apply McLuhan in the 21st century. Essentially, I like the idea of the interview. So let me share the book here. That's the book actually, which is the here. Okay, Medium McLuhan, 37 I think interview. How did you come up with this book, and what's the relevancy of this book to understand McLuhan scholarship? Peter.
Well, thanks for the question. Tiny remark for a start. It should be two names. It's not my project, only Peter Baxter, but also Martina Leka. And it's important that we did it together. So let's not forget about the women. They have become more and more important. And the medium, the basic idea that I discussed with Martina before we did this book was, what do people think of when they hear the name McLuhan? A whole variety of ideas comes up. People associate a certain period, a certain person, certain books, certain ideas, and whatsoever. So it's a whole bunch of ideas that are connected to the name. So the name is a medium in itself. We didn't really discuss the question if McLuhan was a spiritual medium as the hippies regarded him. We were more interested in what does the name McLuhan signify? What does it refer to? And it refers to a lot of different things, to a person, to books, to ideas, to a whole period that he inspired with his books that were absolutely new in spirit, and so on and so on. And that's why we call the book a medium called McLuhan, because the name McLuhan in itself mediates so very much. And the project started, in fact, one might say in 2008. That's when we did a conference in Bayreuth in southern Germany. It was called Rereading McLuhan. There were lots of scholars. For instance, Derek de Kerkhoven was one of the organizers, as well as Martina Leca. And a book was published, and video interviews were done and put on the web. And 10 years later, we thought it might be interesting to ask these people again if they changed their minds meanwhile regarding certain points. One of the questions they had been asked in 2008 was, what do you think will not be touched by digitalization? Will there remain anything that is not digital? And 10 years later, the answers came out completely different. So in 2008, some people said, well, it will be love. That comes without the digital. 10 years later, the answer was, oh my goodness, did I say that 10 years ago? No, it's all mediated and part of Twitter and whatsoever. And so a lot of people changed their mind. It was interesting to see what they did say in 2008 and what they said in 2020. And that's part of the book. That's one of the basic ideas of the book.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Peter. There is a question from our folks, actually, from the McLuhan Institute. I know Andrew McLuhan will join us later today, or actually tonight, or depending on where you are, actually, maybe early morning. Anyway, so is a medium called McLuhan. So is the book available in English? I think it's English and German as well. So I've been reading some parts in English.
It's both.
Both.
It's
Wonderful.
both. Partly, not all of it is English. Some of the interview partners replied in German. Some answered in English. So it's partly English, partly German. The Global Village is full of languages. It's not one language only.
Wonderful. And by the way, Martina Leca, my apologies if you're watching this marathon. My apologies. I forgot to put your name on the slides. So my fault and my apologies. But I'm glad that there was a co-edited book by Peter and Martina, and 37, right? Is that right? 37 interviews.
37,
and so really
right.
Providing McLuhan's take from many scholars. So that is wonderful. So thank you, Peter. I'll be back to you. Oh, and by the way, I think the book is open. It's available online, right? It's open source. Open.
Yes, you might download it as a PDF in Lüneburg from Maison Press. So it's easy to find, and you can download the PDF just for free.
All right. So thank you, Peter. So it's nice that we can download it for free. And thank you, Vimal, by the way, for good vibes. So you took really seriously my words. And so thank you for sharing good vibes. We got the question from Andrew. So we are all set. Peter, I'll be back to you because I want to know more and learn more from you about the lessons we are learning from the current scenario. So one of the things we can learn and you can share. So I'll be back to you for the lessons, okay? Thank you, Peter. Thank you. Wonderful. And where is Lars? All right, here we are, Lars. And I wanted to know more about your Eric McLuhan's and Eric McLuhan and Media Ecology book. Can you tell us more about the book, more about the genesis that they're really meaningful of the book?
Yeah, it's a real genesis of the book, because in the origin in 2017, when I get in contact with Eric McLuhan and Andrew McLuhan, I have invited Eric for a conference here in Münster, and which was called The Future of Reading. And Eric thought that this is a good idea, and he wanted to travel to us, but then he passed away in Bogota in the same year. And so I've invited Andrew for giving a short talk about the future of McLuhan studies. And this was a real success, I would say. And some months after the conference, I talked with a colleague of mine, Oliver Roof. He's also a professor, and we thought that it could be a good idea to support the McLuhan idea a little bit more here in Germany, because McLuhan is very famous, and it's also important to support the work and the research of Eric McLuhan. And then I got in contact with Andrew and asked him if he has some ideas for a future project, for conference or for publication, for example. And he told me of the last conference talk of Eric before he passed away, and he said to me that this is a good idea to publish it, for example. And so this is the tragic story of the book, the last talk of Eric McLuhan. And then we had also a colleague, Tobias Held. He's a designer, and we tried to make a specific book, a special book in honor for Eric McLuhan. And this is a book, it was designed. Also the inside of the book is very fancy and very stylish. We had a little bit inspiration with regard to the medium is a message of Marshall McLuhan. And so, we try to establish the idea of media ecology a little bit more. We try to support the idea that there is a McLuhan study concept, which starts with Marshall and which was followed up or created more through Eric. And in the moment, Andrew McLuhan is also conducting a lot of work in this area and this field. So it was a kind of emotional support for the idea of McLuhan style media theory, if you will.
Yeah. And this is thank you, Lars, for providing this overall view of the book. And by the way, so I want to say hi to our friends in the Universidad de la Sabana in Bogota. So maybe you are watching. So if you are watching this, let us know. Maybe share a comment. However, so hi to our friends in Colombia. And also, well, it's nice that particularly in Germany, which is a great, there is a great, I think, scholarship in medium theory, right? In the very idea of theorizing about impact of media in society. And it's nice to connect the McLuhan scholarship with the great Arnold Gehlen, Hitler, and others, just to name a few, right? To really find the connections between the German legacy in medium theory and the North American, to some extent, a legacy of McLuhan and media ecology. So this is great. And I think on this page, let me say hi to John Duran Peters, which is, I think, one of the people interviewed in the Medium McLuhan book. So I think John Duran Peters fostered this very idea of the German roots of media studies. So that's the point. So maybe talking about German roots of media studies, Lars, you can tell us more in the next merry-go-round. So I'll be back to you, and maybe we can dig a little bit deeper into your scholarship, maybe the German roots of media studies, and what we can learn from it in terms of facing with the contemporary times. Okay, Lars, I'll be back to you. Thank you very much. And that said, I think it's time to go back to Moscow, right? And I was very curious to share, and well, very keen actually to share. In the meantime, here it is, Nikita and Darina. So welcome back, first of all. And why don't we? Okay, one second. Let me see. Are there some comments? Okay, yes. Then later I'm gonna. Okay, there was a comment for Lars. Grateful to Lars and Doyle for putting the book together and bringing McLuhan's and Eric McLuhan particularly to German. So that was very relevant. All right, so why don't we watch the video by Anna Kakacheva, and so we can symbolically host and welcome Anna into the global village. Okay. All right, and let's enjoy this short video from Anna Kachkayeva, which is the director of the Center for Digital Cultures and Media Literacy in HAC University in Moscow. Enjoy.
Добрый вечер, добрый день, доброе утро всей нашей всемирной глобальной деревне. Спасибо, Павлу, что пригласили. И здорово присоединиться к компании последователей грамотного гуманиста, каковым себя называл Маклюэн. Только что при поддержке нашего Центра цифровых культур и медиаграмотности вышла книга по результатам многолетнего исследования экспедиций в сельское поселение России, которые мы проводили с коллегами и студентами Департамента медиа. Книга называется «Зачарованное место. Медиапотребление, медиаграмотность и историческая память сельских жителей». Вот таким вот традиционным способом я, так сказать, машу факелом. Вдруг по воле мировой пандемии мы оказались в локдаунах, на карантинах, в самоизоляции. И думаю, что это характерно для многих глубинок сегодняшнего мира, потому что, например, чтобы чувствовать себя частью народа, людям в глубинной России, а это 75 миллионов человек, пока еще обязательно смотреть телевизор, а чтобы быть местным сообществом и не утрачивать связи с родными и себе подобными, уехавшими из сел, все важнее общаться в интернете. И в этом смысле это, конечно, констатация новой глобальной коммуникации. Но при этом важнейшей проблемой остается такое утилитарное поведение и пользование интернетом, когда совершенно не важно, можно ли с помощью этих технических средств раздвинуть это окно в мир, воспользоваться открытыми возможностями, узнать о новом с интересом, без враждебности, взглянуть на другого за окном и в экран зума, не закрываясь черным окошечком. Вот так же и во время пандемии тотальный онлайн вынужденно ввел в оборот новые навыки и набор компетенций, такой скачок произошел, но существовали в нем комфортно группы, продвинутые с цифровой точки зрения, условно городские. Да? Вот почему сегодня очень важно изучать разные зачарованные места и состояние этих самых сообществ, по-разному взаимодействующих с медиаэкосистемами. Не столько в географическом смысле, сколько в смысле ценностей, привычек, эмоциональных реакций, тифлокомментирования и лекций в онлайне, в общем-то, принципиально меняли отношение к пониманию того, что есть ограниченность и что есть доступность. И нынешние изменения в городах, технологиях, способах познания, новая нормальность, то есть все то пространство и социальная среда, которая окружает человека, определяет, по сути дела, сможет ли человек вот новый, послепандемийный, взаимодействовать с миром и будет ли он чувствовать свою ограниченность. И вот вместе с нашими крупнейшими музеями, главным образом музеем изобразительных искусств имени Пушкина, мы только что провели школу инклюзивных практик для музейных сотрудников России, в которой ключевыми как раз и стали темы музея как медиа и цифровой доступности. С созданием цифровых проектов для культурных и социальных институций и преодолением вот этого цифрового разрыва между поколениями и регионами связан еще один наш большой проект «Пространство соучастия», в котором участвуют университеты, социальные и культурные институции и сотни студентов с нашими коллегами-преподавателями. И эта проектная работа тоже воплощение мысли Маклюэна о расширении не только человека, но и, если угодно, наших зачарованных мест, когда необходимо понимать природу медиа с помощью выстраивания яркого нарративного образа, умения рассказывать нам о нашей же истории, как о постоянной самотрансформации и изменении в человеке. Спасибо вам.
Wonderful, wonderful. That was a shorter version of a longer video we couldn't screen entirely. And so, Irina, what's your what's going on in the Center for Digital Cultures and Media Literacy? What's your take on the Global Village Day?
Okay, thank you. So to continue what was recorded in Anna Grigorievna's video, I'd like to add some details about two projects with Yandex that were completed by our center. So like I said in the beginning of our meeting, of our hour, Yandex is a huge digital corporation that created a lot of applications that change our everyday activities today, and they change the way we navigate the internet using the Russian language. So, and there are a lot of divisions inside this huge corporation that influences the media environment. So we had a collaboration with two of the sections of this huge corporation. The first one is a platform for bloggers. And at some point, the platform realized that they had a lot of fake information there. So especially it was quite a problem during the pandemic because there were a lot of fakes connected to the way you can treat COVID or things like that. So they created a project that was aimed to fight fakes on that platform. And our center, together with editorial boards of leading Russian media and with Yandex itself, with this platform, together we tried to analyze the way we can recognize fakes, the way we can find and fight them. And I should say that as a result of this project, a lot of fake information was deleted from the platform, which is seen as quite a good result. The other part of this collaboration is a collaboration with Yandex.Q. Q is for the first letter of the word question, which tries to expand, the project tries to expand the dialogue between experts and the users the users can ask any question they're interested in, and the experts try to answer it. So also as a result of this collaboration with both of these parts, we created the Alliance of Russian-speaking fact checkers. So that's what's going on here. So referring to the scenario we live in, so that's the way our center tries to correct the scenario, right? To influence it and to make it better, considering the this idea that each platform which influences this everyday life, our everyday life in the pandemic, and the way we treat diseases and things like that. So we try to correct that, and we try to establish the idea of the responsibility of the platform.
Yeah. No, thank you, Irina. And it's great to see that I think centers for digital literacy everywhere in the world, so particularly in this pandemic times, particularly in response to this huge amount of time people have been spending online over the past year and more, essentially helped to reflect on the actual quality of time we spend online, the extent of the ability for taking the most of those online tools and online teaching and learning tools. So I think it's great to see that everywhere. From Russia to Canada, we've been discussing that with Caroline Wilson from the McLuhan Foundation for Digital Literacy, how digital literacy is a strategic key for coping and navigating I think the post-pandemic times, hopefully in a different way, in a new way, and we are learning a lot. In terms of lessons, we are learning. I think we're learning a lot from the research on digital media literacy, digital culture, and media literacy. So thank you, Irina. Thank you for sharing. All right, I'll be back I'll be back to you, Irina, for a second final, probably merry-go-round. And let's see what's. I was curious from Peter to learn from Peter actually more about the lessons we are learning from the current scenario. And so, of course, we've been discussing. And by the way, about your book, I think someone posted the link to download the book. I think. Maybe it was Alex Kuskis. Anyway, so we say that the book is available for free download. So, Peter, what's your take on the lessons we are learning from the current scenario? What's as a unique moment for the global family, right? So, Derek said that the virus is a message sent to humanity, right, to learn something new. And what's your take on it? What's the most important lessons we learned?
It's difficult to say how to describe the present. Marshall McLuhan prominently said, we are living in a world of all at onceness. Everything happens at the same time. And at the moment, right now, we notice that even the past is happening right in the present. And traumatic experience from the past are coming back and fears of the futures. So the present is not just a single moment, it's loaded with past and future and so on. And so on, one might look at the present situation from very different levels and angles, from hopes and fears, from traumatic experience that are coming back, and so on. So what are the lessons we learned from the situation? Well, first, that a virus has learned a certain lesson already, how to survive very successfully in our world, and that we as human beings have to cope with a world that is to a very large degree a physical world. And certain people had a tendency to forget about it. Death is still something that doesn't happen digitally. You die in your body. And we are learning to get back to the body now, as we missed it during the pandemic, during the lockdown. No hugs, no kisses, so on. So the body was missing, and the missing body, I think that is a lesson for the future, to remind us that we are living on different levels and of different levels of mediation as well. So we need more media than just online versions, which are fine in a critical situation, but we need more. And that's one of the messages I think people got, and I think that is very important.
Absolutely important, absolutely. And now, thank you particularly for sharing that. Otherwise, again, I feel it seems that we're just trying to get back to that old normal, right? But the question is, we really liked the old normal, so that was the best society we could create. And I think, of course, as a rhetorical question, there is much more to discover. And rather than just going back to the normal, I think there is much more to find out. Now, thank you for sharing, and thank you for sharing the idea of the onceness, the all-at-onceness. That's a very McLuhan concept. I think that concept really was inspiring many other scholars after. And the all-at-onceness of the social media, the all-at-onceness of the current media ecosystem is something we need to take into account, because in the all-at-onceness, we tend to lose that sense of history, right? And so making sense of how to take the most from the lessons we're learning, how to take the most from this pandemic. That sense of historical take on our cultural memory is important to move on in a different way, to learn from the mistakes, to learn how to better cope with. And that's absolutely the all-at-onceness. It's a crucial McLuhan's topic that it's important to retrieve in the 21st century.
Yes, and if I may add something, in your first email you asked for a torch. I would like.
Yeah, sure. The torch. Go ahead with the torch. Yes, thank you.
Well, in that answering to that question, I would like to name a so-called contract for the web, initiated by Tim Berners-Lee, who in fact created the hypertext protocol in 1990 in the Center for Particle Physics in Geneva. And he created this initiative, Create a Contract for the Web. You can easily Google it and find it. And the basic idea is we should not go further on in a direction where we have an internet that is flooded with fake news, hate speech, and commercials. The basic idea was different. And we have, it says 9 principles for individuals, for companies, for governments, for a better internet, for a better understanding, for free communication, and so on and so on. Please have a look at that website. That it's quite stimulating and gives optimistic views to the future of the internet.
I'm absolutely glad you mentioned that. I'm a great advocate of the contract for the web. We've been working with my students on it, and well, hi to all friends of the contract for the web. It's a great initiative to really make the internet a more open, sustainable, inclusive, and there are other few values that are that should run the web. Then probably, well, we left behind over the past few years, and thanks to the advocacy of the contract for the web, we are on the right track to really make internet a better place. So thank you very much. I think it's a great torch, Peter. So thank you. And Lars, we have already your torch actually, but what's your take on the lessons we are learning? So one lessons I think we learned from this pandemic times.
I think the coronavirus is also a medium for disembodiment. It shows us how our culture disembodied. We couldn't get into contact with each other. We couldn't kiss. We couldn't give hugs, something like this. We are in our rooms. We are isolated. And this is quite fascinating because this disembodiment is based on a very small entity based from the microcosm. And it has so much power to disembody culture. And now it is a very important question how we could re-embody. And also how we could get back our emotions. Yeah, the emotional topic is very important here, also for the kids and for our youngsters. So the question is also how we could re-embody society with media, but also with new emotional contact, for example.
Well, absolutely true. And do you think what's the role of us as scholars, educators, instructors, professors, whatever we want to call it? What's our role in terms of the education in the 21st century, higher education, maybe in the 21st century? I know you are well researching on that. What's the role of higher education in that?
It's a short question.
Very easy.
Long answer. I think we have a very important role to reflect the whole situation because a seminar is not only effective when you use Zoom teaching because it is a disembodied scenario and a lot of non-verbal communication, you couldn't transfer something like this. And so I think like my torch, we have to ask how we could address more the sensory channels of the human beings in our modes of communication, not only displays, only sensory contact like touching and haptics and something like this. This is, I think, also very important for the design aspect. What's the design theory of the future for media systems or media technologies that are addressing all senses of the humans? So,
yeah, absolutely true. And human senses, the way we learn, I think that sensorial learning is an important component for 21st century education. So somehow online we lost that possibility of learning by doing, by experiencing, learning by our senses. And I think that that's a great point, something we need to maybe retrieve for learning and for fostering that kind of sensorial experiential learning. So that's a nice take, Lars. So thank you. And I'd like to go back to my Russian friends, actually, Nikita and Irina. Where are you, Irina? And here you are. Sorry. So your final take, your final merry-go-round, the lessons we are learning. In a nutshell, what's your take, a message we can carry on as a torch, as a symbolic, you shared already your torch. And by the way, someone was asking, are you going, Irina, to unbox the box, to open the box? Irina?
That'll be a secret. What's inside the box, it'll be a secret.
Okay, you're right. Okay, I think Andrew, Andre, and Clinton. Okay, so that's a secret. Wonderful. So, but beyond the box, what's your final message, Irina?
I think that speaking about education and speaking about all those new possibilities that were given to us by this digital environment, we should also think about the fact that not everybody was that involved from the very beginning in that environment. What I mean is that those people who were already included in the digital environment and who were advanced with those technologies, they could gain a lot from that. But those people who were not that much involved, like those people who are described in the book that Anna Grigorievna showed at the beginning of her speech. So they were not that much included, and it's not the same for them. So it's still sometimes a global village that, and the roads are not the same everywhere. So maybe that's my take, and maybe Nikita will add some more ideas.
Nikita.
I have some torch too, but it's very small. It's
Let us know. Let us see.
It's a little lens that it's anamorphic lens that expands ordinary vision, even if it's on the iPhone. Because if you use it, it makes the picture more flat, and this lens make the vision more like human, more spherical, and this lens broadens the horizon. And I think that in this pandemic situation, our students, our teams, which were working with different museums and theaters, the organizations, were like this new vision, because they made very many different projects which expands how we usually see these museums, and how can we see from the distance when we see at home, and how what interesting we can see, find new to when pandemic situation will end. For example, while one of our students worked with Tretyakov Gallery, and it's the most important and famous our museum. And of course, everybody knew about this, about the paintings, objects, etc. And in Tretyakov Gallery, there are a few small museums, and they are most often found in apartments and or houses in which artists live. And these museums are among us, surrounded by other houses in Moscow and apartments. And similarly was about other people, and no one sees them. And how can, for example, museum people and or us tell about them something new and interesting, even after the pandemic, people want to come there. And our students gives us great idea, and they implement it in their projects. They asked, let's find out who are the neighbors in these museums, who live there in our big global village, even in this city in Moscow. And you won't believe, whether it was by chance or by purpose, that there were always people who knew the artists personally, or were fond of their work, or told the stories even the museum's workers themselves did not know at all. And so through these new stories told in new languages, timelines, sounds, and of course emotions, our students make digital extensions for many museums in Moscow and in partner cities throughout the country. And do you know when it played most? In pandemic and post-pandemic, people couldn't go anywhere. And then such stories they did not know, they find the internet. And then when the museums became open, lockdown ends, many came to the museums for the first time because it was interesting. And the next direction our teams are working is to make museums and other organizations accessible to everyone, especially for people with disabilities. And these are more huge galaxies in our city and all this global village, and a good new journey to our students.
Thank you very much, Nikita. Thank you for reminding us how important are museums to really, in arts and culture, museums as epicenters for fostering cultural participation, for fostering that aspect of the social sustainable development that is played by arts and culture, by the museums as institutions for facilitating and fostering that kind of participation. I think it's a crucial point. And by the way, you remember at the very beginning of this marathon, Mayor John Tory from Toronto anticipated that Toronto is going to kick off the year of public art in Toronto 2021. 2022. Toronto is a creative city, is a UNESCO creative city under the banner of the Year of Public Art, supported by the University of Toronto. We are trying to really do what Nikita just said, right? So the idea of fostering arts and culture participation to really conceive those arts and culture factors, strategic factors for sustainable development. And I think that's a great point. I'd like to bring back Peter and Lars. So Peter and Lars for a final bye, or maybe arrivederci, as we say in Italian, because it was such a nice conversation. So I liked a lot this German-Russian session panel. And as you know, my friends, we have been arranging and entangling and juggling all the sessions based on the time zones, of course. So now the first part is a little bit European, and then we will shift towards our time zones. But it's just right at the end of the session. So I wanted to thank again Peter, Lars, Nikita, Irina. Thank you very much for playing with us, for running with us, for holding the torch of the Global Village. So please keep up the good work and keep holding the torch of the Global Village. And I hope to see you very soon. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you. Bye.
all right. Thank you. And that said, I think I promised. I made a promise to share with you some playful activities, and so we are right sharp on time. I'm going to take, as usual, 60 seconds break before coming back for the next session, and I will finally reveal the surprise. And so I'll be back in 60 seconds. Tune in, Global Village Day. Come back in 60 seconds because there is a surprise. Live, we're back. We are still alive in the Global Village, live on Facebook and YouTube. And I wanted to actually share a little bit of surprise. So this is the T-shirt, a medium. The medium is the message T-shirt. I think you can see even better here. And that's a surprise. So we're going to play a little bit. I told you that was the Global Village Day was going to be a little bit playful this year. So we have a giveaways tool. So you have a chance to win the medium is the message T-shirt. And so in order to participate, in order to be part of the draw, it's super easy. So I'll show you the trick. Essentially, just make a comment. So whether you're following on YouTube or Facebook, just share your comment and use the hashtag #TheMedium, right? This here, #TheMedium. One word, all lowercase. So hashtag #TheMedium, and you will be, hold on a second. All right, so starting now, you can share the medium in order to participate and have a chance to win the Global Village, the medium T-shirt. So thanks to the generosity of our sponsors, you will have a chance to win one of the medium is the message T-shirt. And so I'm very happy that, well, we will spread the message somehow. One size, it's medium. No, actually there are many sizes. Then the winner will be provided with details in order to receive the T-shirt. The medium is the message, and so let's see how it's going. So I'll do the oh, there is 2 entries. Okay, so keep commenting. Use the hashtag the medium, one word, to participate in our first giveaway of today. Then we will change hashtag, and so with another hashtag, you will have a chance again to win some of the T-shirts, the medium T-shirts, which are well, pretty cool, right? It's a cool medium. All right, got it. And okay, keep. I see. You are sharing the medium. Great talks so far. So thank you, John. Thank you. You are so kind. And the large is the message. Yeah, that actually. Right, all right, Ray and Andrew Roberts. The medium. What's an attractive shirt? A T-shirt. Yes, that's. I do agree. And by the way, we wanted to make this Global Village Day a little bit more playful. Actually, there is another surprise. Talking about playfulness, I'll tell you later. But essentially, I like Wilson. The medium is the memes. I think Wilson will say later a few words about that. Thank you. Howard, hello, great to see you, Howard. Engel, the man behind the scenes, the Medium and Light Award, the Marshall McLuhan Medium and Light Award. So thank you, Howard, for joining us. This is absolutely great. And Brian, hello, Brian. The medium is the one size fits all. That's well said, well put. Thank you, Brian. You're always so creative, much appreciated. So keep going, my friends. You will have a chance to the concerned citizen, the small, the medium, at large. All right, the small, the medium, the larger. Okay, that's you get it. And Elena Alamberti, I love the T-shirt, and black is good for older ladies. No, I think it's just to seem a little bit slim. And John Kmek, hello John, thank you for sharing the medium. Great talks. Oh no, I already did that. Sorry, my bad. And all right, Jerry Falca, the expert in James Joyce and Finnegan's Wake. Thanks, Paul. Okay, the medium. Jerry, I do expect some. I did expect some pun or Joycean puns for the medium t-shirt. So it's a challenge. Jerry or whoever wants to join the challenge, feel free to make your pun, your Joyce and McLuhanesque pun or probe about the medium t-shirt. And by the way, so as said, all right, the medium is the dry goods. All right, so please don't forget to use the medium. And by the way, if you do more than one comment, it doesn't count. So the system automatically will draw the one comment per person. So if you do more than one, it doesn't count for increasing your chances to win a t-shirt. Anyway, so I see my guests actually for this 3 p.m. in Toronto time slot are already in the green room. So it's great to see our guests getting ready to enter into the global village from the green room. So I see we are all set. And again, so just a final word. So the medium is the hashtag for participating. Robert, Bob, the medium is Tetra. Yeah, that's clever. Anyway, so the medium is the hashtag for winning this beautiful t-shirt. The medium is the message t-shirt for actually participate, and if you get the medium, then you get the message as well. So okay, that said, let's move on. Let's move on to our special guests. And so keep chatting using the medium hashtag. And at the end of this session, so at about 3:55 Toronto time, we will do the draw, okay? And some lucky winner will receive the t-shirt. All right, so that's it. I will now introduce my guests. So I'll start with Carlos Scolari, a research and expert in communication and digital media, an expert in interfaces in communication and media ecology. Is a great advocate and champion of media ecology, and is a professor in Department of Communication of the Pompeu Fabra University. And among many other publications, today I'd like to dig a little bit deeper. And among many other publications in transmedia, hypermedia storytelling, he's an expert in the very idea of media evolution. And so I like to know more about the media evolution. So it's a great pleasure to welcome back actually in the Global Village, because last year he was with us, I think from Spain. We will ask, he is in Spain, still in Spain or not. We will know in a few seconds. It's, I see a surprise. And thank you and welcome back into the Global Village. Carlos Scolari, you see, okay, here, you see that he's the man, right? He's the medium and the medium, right? Wonderful. Why are you wearing that t-shirt? How did you get it?
Because I'm a corporative man.
Well, yes, a brand.
I love the t-shirt, really. It's really cool. Also, my students, that my students receive them, and they also like a lot the t-shirt.
I see. And okay, now I think it's time to reveal that secret. So I must say that Carlos' team of students and researchers in marketing and communication and digital media essentially created a feasibility study for translating, and not just translating, localizing, right? Localizing is the right word. To localize localize the medium, Marshall McLuhan board game, in Spain, in Spanish. And actually it's done. So the Spanish translation and Spanish localizing of the medium, it's ready, and it will be, I think, on the market in September. So all Spanish language people from all across the Global Village, stay tuned, because very soon in September the medium will be available in Spanish. And so this is thanks to the great efforts and research and again feasibility studies made at Pampa Fabra University by Carlos Scolari and his team of students, researchers. So and it was a great, absolutely wonderful job. So thank you, Carlos, for doing that. So
Yeah,
Carlos,
it was a great opportunity for my students to participate in a real campaign, in the sense that we teach different things in advertising and public relations, for example, to create, to detect influencers in different areas, in different media. And so they apply many things that we teach in the class to this specific project. So I think that they did a great job, great students we have here.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And there are some friends, Alex, hola Carlos, and then Elena, he answered faster. Anyway, so wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Elena. And so, Carlos, where are you and how are you? So,
well, I live at 50 miles from Barcelona in a little city called Vic. I've been living here for the last almost 20 years. And well, the situation is right now in Spain is not good because we are in the 5th wave. Everyone was thinking that this summer would be different. We could go everywhere to the beach. It's impossible right now, because many people under 30 years old is in problem. They are going to the hospitals. So the situation is more similar to 2020 than 2019. So, well, I hope that the vaccination is going very fast. I think in 1 month, many people should be okay for that, but we have to take care. We have to take care a lot, because it's not still the new normality. We have to wait for that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think that is the challenge. So to go beyond that, the very idea of, well, the new normality, and thinking how to, rethink, right, what we considered being normal, right, in the pre-pandemic, before COVID, not before, BC, before COVID or after COVID, and I think that's a crucial question. We will be back to that, Carlos. And so anyway, thank you for being with us. I'll be back to you for diving into your book on media evolution, firstly, and then your take on the lessons we are learning. And so thank you, Carlos, for being with us.
Thanks for the invitation.
I'll see you.
Great to be here.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And by the way, Carlos did not win the T-shirt, so keep using the hashtag the medium. So that was a kind of effect surprise, but essentially keep using the hashtag the medium for winning. For having a chance to win the T-shirt, the medium T-shirt. And so that's, I see there are 13 entries so far. So, well, keep using the hashtag. If you are watching live on YouTube and or Facebook, please share your comments, your probes, your insights on the Global Village Day using the medium one word hashtag, and so you will be able to participate in a draw, in a giveaway, and so you will have a chance to win the medium T-shirt. And so keep commenting, keep sharing the hashtag that medium. And let's move on to our next guest. From Spain we go to Argentina. And I'm very happy to host Sandra Valdetaro from Argentina and Rosario particularly. Maybe we will discuss later, but there's such a great community of scholars and friends in Argentina. Many of them are related to Spain and Carlos, actually. But it's great that they are really fostering the making of an intellectual community. So I'm absolutely pleased to really welcome into the Global Village Sandra Valdetaro, who is the director of the Master in Cultural Studies and the director of SIM, S-I-M, which is a Centro de Investigaciones en Meditación, Mediatizaciones, Center for Investigations and Mediatizations of the Universidad Nacional de Rosario, and editor. She's the editor of the a book published in 2011, El Dispositivo McLuhan, Recuperaciones and Derivaciones. And so it's a great pleasure to welcome into the Global Village Sandra Valdetaro. Sandra, how are you? Hello.
Hello, Paolo, and all together there.
Hola,
Thank
hola.
you for the invitation. It's a
My
pleasure
pleasure,
to speak with
my
you.
pleasure. Wonderful. Are you in Rosario?
I'm in Rosario. The
All right.
situation is so-so. We are with con la vacunación, the vaccination, and we are working online. And I am at home now, so it's a pleasure to share with you.
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you for joining us. And thank you, well, to some extent, for representing the entire intellectual community of the Center for Investigations and Mediatizations, the CIM, or CHIM. That is, again, such a thriving community of scholars in communication, semiotics, a very cross-disciplinary cluster of people. And so, hello everyone in Rosario in Argentina, and thank you for holding the torch. By the way, do you have the torch, Sandra?
Yes, I choose the smartphone. The smartphone as a torch.
Why? Why did you choose the one?
Because I think it's like a global village in miniature, and the smartphone is a total environment, I suppose, that allow us to stay connected in the pandemic, and because it is a kind of Aleph, I think, that has everything, books, movies, classes, private and public communications, and so on. So my torch is the smartphone.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, thank you. And all right, so Sandra, I'll be back to you later in a few minutes. I'll finish the first merry-go-round and presentation of our special guests for the. Okay, I'll be back to you in a little while. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you. And our third special guest for the 3 p.m. Time slot. It's great to welcome from the University of Toronto as a Canadian professor and philosopher, associate chair at the University of Toronto's Department of Philosophy, and among many other dozens of publications, he's the author of Wish I Were Here, Boredom and the Interface. And so it's a great pleasure to really welcome into the Global Village the voice of Mark Kingwell. Hello, Mark. Can you hear me? How are you?
I can hear you. Can you hear me, Paolo?
Absolutely well.
Okay, great.
Again, so I just mentioned the voice of Mark Kingwell, a great Canadian philosopher and interpreter. I think greatly inspired by McLuhan somehow. We had many discussions about how McLuhan was a kind of influence in his theoretical Marx theoretical framework. And so, Mark, how are you? Where are you? Maybe how are you? And by the way, welcome into the Global Village. Hello,
Thank
Mark.
you. It's a privilege to be here, Paolo, and thank you for the invitation. So you and I are both in Toronto right now, and as you know, it's hot and humid here. I'm over here on the east side of town, which is in a neighborhood called Cabbagetown. And so we're sweating out this afternoon, and the sky is hazy because of forest fires up north. So it's very interesting kind of weather. And I should say, if anybody's wondering, I block my cameras on all my computers, and I guess this is a kind of McLuhanesque point. I don't know how many other people have been Zoom bombed in the last 18 months or so, but I have. and so I'm being maybe excessively cautious, but and I don't have an avatar either, so it's just that little circle. But I'm very glad to be here with you, and I think this is a wonderful thing to have all these scholars from around the world gathering together like this.
Yeah, no problem at all, Mark. And I think so. We do appreciate and respect your choice. Actually, we are live streaming using a professional streaming platform. So no Zoom bombing, fortunately, in this platform. But thank you for raising that. So I did actually experience some Zoom bombings, and I was intrigued by the fact that there were no means for managing, right, and fixing the situation unless rejoin the meeting or this after a meeting disruption, actually breaking down everything. And so I think that was a nice first important thing to take into account when we look back and look at how the way we undertake online meetings in today's environment. Maybe, Mark, later we will talk about a little bit about your book, and I want to know from you. I want to learn. We all want to learn from you the lessons you learned from the current scenario. And so that will be my next question to you, Mark. The lessons we are learning. And also, do you have the torch, the symbolic torch for?
I'm holding up my flip phone, which you can't see.
I believe, even if I don't see you, I believe you.
So I'm following the example. So I have the only phone I've ever owned is a Samsung flip phone, which you can't get anymore.
Yeah, the flip side. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I've never owned a smartphone. So a friend of mine calls it the dumb phone. And,
yeah, it's dumb phone. It's called the dumb phone. Yeah,
dumb phone. Yeah, but nevertheless, I love it, and it's exactly what I need for a phone. It's almost like being a drug dealer and having a burner phone, except I don't deal drugs.
All right. Okay. So, Mark, looking forward to hearing from you the lessons you learned in this pandemic times. So that's I'll be back to you in a little while. Okay. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah,
thank you.
Great. Thank you, Paolo.
I'll see you in a little while. And I'll hear you in a little while. That said, let's go back to Carlos, because I think it's time to discuss a little bit about the media evolution. The media evolution book. I've been I did some work with my students with your book, actually, Carlos, which is actually it's maybe you can explain better than me. It's to some extent that book has built on a long-standing tradition of books inspired by the medium is the massage, right? So that was a Marshall McLuhan's iconic book, and intertwining of text and images. And so, what's your take on the idea of media evolution and also the form of the book, which is somehow inspired by the medium is the massage? Carlos.
Well, regarding the form of the book, the medium is the massage is a classic of this kind of little pocket books with a really incredible work on the graphic design front and typography. But it was not the only book in the 60s with this characteristic. Maybe it's the most important, the most popular. But many other, not so many, but many other researchers produced similar books in the 60s. But it's also interesting to see that also in literature. If you see in the 60s, Julio Cortázar, the Argentinian writer, he was living in France, and he produced a series of little books like a collage of newspapers, information, and other books. So I think this idea it was on the air in the 60s, producing pocket books, not just about writing a content, but also interacting with the specific forms of graphic design, typography, and also the collage, putting together different things. I think that in that sense, I think that there was an influence of Marshall McLuhan on people like Julio Cortázar in this kind of productions. And regarding the concept of media evolution, well, I'm working in this new proto-discipline, or maybe in the future we can talk about a theory of media evolution or a discipline. My work is trying to put together different kind of authors, categories, different kind of theoretical and empirical contributions to put together maybe the basis for a theory of media evolution. Many people have talked about the emergence of new media, when one media dominates others. Many other researchers have worked on the concept of intermediality, for example. So I'm trying to put together all these contributions to see if we can create, let's say, a common conversation on media evolution. Obviously, the main source of information interlocutors is media ecology, obviously, because if you see practically all the people who has worked in the field of media ecology, first or after they have produced something about the transformation of media a long time, starting from, I don't know, Harold Innis to Marshall McLuhan, Neil Postman, and many other people. So I think and in this phase of the work, the first book was a first approach, presenting, playing with this concept, playing with these typographies, and right now I'm preparing another book, a serious book, let's say, with a lot of academic, scientific content, and I hope to publish it in 2022.
Wonderful, wonderful. I wish you the best for this new publication. It's the same. You say it's the same visual format, like the medium is the massage. No, it's a more.
No, this is a traditional, boring scientific book.
All right. So, but it's nice to, well, absolutely. I like that book, The Media Evolution, as a experimental way of investigating, right, on some media phenomena in history, right, because it's a kind of historical take, and of course to apply those concepts to better understand our contemporary times. Is the idea of media evolution that you actually acknowledge as in a pioneeristic work by Paul Levinson? And by the way, Paul, if you're watching this marathon, so
Paul Levinson in '79.
Paul Levinson
he defended
back in the
his
70s.
PhD thesis about media evolution in New York University. He's really the pioneer of media evolution.
Wow.
Obviously.
Yes, and the idea of putting together the media evolution, the media ecology, somehow as a synthesis between media ecology and media archaeology, which is another kind of neologism, and of course it's a field of study that is very popular, particularly in Europe, and a historical take on media history, right? So from a kind of evolutionary perspective. So I'm going to understand the roots of a kind of coexistence of media ecosystem through the ages, not just as an evolution, but I think I understand it as a coexistence in approaching media history. So what's your take on combining together media archaeology and media ecology?
Yeah, beyond media ecology, many of my interlocutors in this production process, I find these interlocutors in media history and media archaeology, obviously. The difference is that in the case of media history, I think the media history has two limitations, maybe. In general, we have a lot of monomedia histories, of single medium histories. And usually when you read books about media history, they present a timeline. It's a linear model of the different sequences of media devices along time. And I think that media evolution and technology evolution in general is not a line. It's not even a tree. It's a network. So when you tell the story, obviously, you may select. It's easy to be understood if you follow a chronological sequence. But I think it's a wrong idea, this idea of sequence of media. That because you can identify one contemporary media using as a content a previous media of many, many years ago or centuries ago. So that's the idea of the network. And regarding media archaeology, it's an incredible field. They refuse the narrative of media history. That's one of the differences between media archaeology and media history. But they have a very, very micro approach. You see, when you read fantastic media archaeology books or papers, they only focus on a single device, on a single media. So my idea is to create a more macro environment, a theoretical environment. So I drew a lot from media history, media archaeology, and obviously media ecology. So, but I'm thinking a more, in this sense, it's closer to media ecology, a more holistic, systematic approach to the evolution of media. The concept of network and intermediate relationships is at the center of this model.
Yeah, well put, well put. And well, actually, I'm been in touch with Jussi Parikka, one of the most important champions of the media archaeology field. So let's say so. If there will be another Global Village Day 3rd edition next year, so we can arrange a confronting session on media ecology and media archaeology, and maybe we can engage in a very nice discussion. So that's a nice thought for next year if there will be a Global Village Day, the 3rd edition. So I promise I'll try to catch some of the representatives of that specific field, Jussi Parikka and others. And by the way, hello, Jussi. All right, wonderful, Carlos. I'll be back to you. So for a second merry-go-round, for a third actually merry-go-round, and yeah, it's nice to see the medium T-shirt on you. Thank you. And by the way, so my friends, keep using the hashtag. So in 20 minutes we're gonna make the draw, and eventually you will have a chance to win a medium T-shirt. So this beautiful T-shirt. So just use the hashtag the medium in your comments on YouTube and Facebook. I see there are about 20 entries, not 13 entries, and so eventually in 20 minutes we're going to make the draw, and so one of you will win the medium T-shirt. Okay, so keep using the hashtag the medium, and so we will have a little bit of fun for thanks to our sponsors to really share the medium T-shirt. All right, and I'll be back to Sandra. So where are you, Sandra? Let me see here. Okay, here you are. So Sandra, what's the most important lesson we are learning in the current pandemic times? So what's the most important lessons you learned?
I think that McLuhan theories are totally valid today. Because the current mediatization of platforms, networks, and interfaces at a global level can be analyzed with McLuhan categories. So even the global experience of the pandemic, I think, is a delicate frontier between the idea of ecology, between nature, biology, and culture. And I think that the idea of ecology of McLuhan is a kind of guideline that indicates the increasingly complexity of all levels of life. And I was thinking about your conversation with Carlos about the media archaeology, that I suppose it relates with the concept of mediatization of the last Eliseo Veron's theories, that is a theory of mediatization of the long duration. So I think it's very important, and I suppose we have to read McLuhan de nuevo, ¿no? Todo de nuevo, digamos. Lo digo en español, que es más claro.
Yeah, that's totally true. And what's going on in your research group teaching? So, what's your take on online teaching? What did you learn in teaching online, or maybe coordinating research groups online? What's your take on that, Sandra?
It was a very important experience because we learned a bunch of things about communication. I think it's a global village. It's a concrete, it's a materialistic global village. And we can have conversations with intellectuals of all around the world. And maybe the face-to-face communication obviously has a lot of levels of very important resources, but my perception is that it's a good experience, and I think we were living in a hybrid society post-pandemic.
And yeah, I think that will be a way to explore also the way we in general undertake humanistic research, social sciences research. So the way to maybe rethink the very way we undertake research in that kind of humanistic team groups or universities like yours. What's yeah.
The change about digitalization, do you say?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, we are working with many sources from digital resources, and yes, but I think that the online research has the same troubles that the presential research, because I think that the position of the investigator has to maintain several questions that characterize the investigation at all. So I suppose that all the tradition about the investigation work are plenty at the online work. So I have not a preference between the two ways. I think that the attitude is the same.
All right, Sandra. And we look forward to, the next publications of Jim and your center. So as a way to, again, share research taking place in Argentina and Rosario with a larger community. So I'll be back to you, Sandra, for a final merry-go-round. So thank you for sharing your thoughts so far. Thank you, Sandra. And Mark Kingwell, I think I see there is a discussion going on. Mark, where are you? Here you are. You are still on. And yes. Now I think it's all your time to maybe. There is a discussion going on the chat, on not the private chat on our platform, but actually the YouTube and the Facebook chat, which is the public chat for this live stream. There is a discussion going on about the dumb phone and that your thoughts generated. So I think we can build a little bit on that. And so, firstly, let me share some of those thoughts. I think someone was proposing that the kind of basic phone should be less than $200, and then there was a discussion about how expensive are cell phones, and also Andrew McLuhan, the flip phone anticipated itself as the reversal of the smartphone. That's very clever as usual, Andrew. So what's your take? So let's build a little bit on the dumb phone, and maybe then we can connect it to the lessons you learned in this pandemic times. Mark.
Okay. Well, I thought that was the best comment I've seen in a long time, and this maybe is a segue from Sandra's comments. Early in the pandemic, I wrote an article saying that the demise of in-person education was a net loss, and then of course I taught, like most of our colleagues, all online for the last year. And one of the things that I started to love was the chat function, because when you're sitting around a table, it's often the most dominant voices that carry the seminar. But with the chat function, people can chime in without having to take the floor. And so it was a steep learning curve for all of us, I think, who had to begin teaching online entirely. But I actually came to love that. And I think it also leads into a larger discussion about academic life. Paolo, you're in the studio, you look great. Our colleagues are all around the world. I had students who were in Sao Paulo and Shanghai and Ulaanbaatar and Delhi and Vancouver. Do we really need to move bodies around the world to do intellectual work? I think that's one big question I've got, especially because I know my carbon footprint in the, 2 years or 18 months before COVID was really large. I was going stupid things like flying to London and giving a 20-minute talk and then flying back the next day, which just is ridiculous, right? So that's one point. But I did want to say something about the book you mentioned, Wish I Were Here, Boredom in the Interface, which was published in 2019. So that's pre-pandemic. And I had no idea that boredom would become such an issue because I couldn't, like most people, anticipate what the pandemic would bring us. But so many people were writing to me and saying, we're coping with these boredom issues. What do we do? And I was writing from a very historical, philosophical perspective, Schopenhauer, Kierkegaard. But I think it's really interesting that the last couple of years have taught us a lot about what boredom means, and we're still coping with that. So I guess that's my big takeaway from these past few months. I felt myself, I guess I'm an introvert, but I was very productive and happy. But a lot of people were not. They were stressed and anxious. And so it's very difficult to try to sort that out. I'm not a psychologist, so I can't speak to the actual psychological conditions. But philosophically, I think it's been a very, or existentially, maybe more specifically, interesting experiment in the lack of socialization, because a lot of people depend on that for distraction and connection. And if you're not a dedicated introvert like me, the deficit has been very, very trying. We've seen this. So that has been very revelatory for me. Oh, I've lost you.
What kind of effects, implications do you expect in the near future, the near return on campus? U of T is planning an almost full return on in-person learning. So what's your expectations in terms of implications in a short, mid-term in the very process of learning, and what do you see in the near future?
Well, I think it's going to be a gradual reintroduction, just as it is for things like, I don't know, sports events, restaurants, other kinds of social events. Paolo, as you know, the first 2 weeks, we will be online. We can't go back in person until after week 2, which seems kind of strange. I mean, I can't wait to get back in the classroom with my students. I love my students. But I think it's going to be a big adjustment because, I mean, this is one thing that McLuhan taught us, I think. We're habitual creatures, and media shape our habits. It's almost like functional cognitive behavioral therapy. So the more you get accustomed to a medium, the more you become that medium. And when there's a shift, you have to readjust your habits, and it can be quite difficult. So that's one big takeaway I'm finding from this. And I guess we'll see. I mean, I can tell you from my own experience and experience with my friends and family, it's not easy to just go back to the so-called normal. I don't even want to call it the normal, because I think that makes it reifies what was before, when in fact this is an opportunity to make changes. And I think that's a really important part of what we've gone through in the last year and a half.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful. Very, very well put, Mark. An opportunity to make changes rather than that. I just already shared that. What I fear the most is that many people will are just waiting to go back to that old normal. But actually, that we didn't like that old normal. So maybe we were not aware of the fact that that was not the normal we really liked. And so I think getting ready and taking that as an opportunity to make changes, as you said, Mark. Yeah, that's so absolutely great.
Can I just the final comment on that? I mean, this is
absolutely. Go ahead.
The potential upside of all the difficulty we've endured in the last year and a half. The injustices, the ecological damage that we've been doing. I think we have a chance to make that better, and we should take that chance.
Yeah, well said. And all right, so we'll try to take that chance, as you said, and try to reflect on these words. So thank you, Mark. Thank you. I'll be back to you for a brief final remarks. But I was curious to see actually Carlos and the torch. Carlos, I didn't ask you about the torch. What's your torch for the global village in the 21st century? What's the symbolic object that we can?
Well, as I'm working on media evolution, and also as video games are one of the most popular media in the world, I selected my own media fossil.
I see.
Joystick fossil. And I have it here.
It looks like printed in 3D. Oh, it's clay.
No, it's not 3D. It's a model. It's like in typography. It's a model,
okay.
A negative and a positive.
I see. And so that's your object. And why we can take that object for coping with the 21st century global village? So what's your take on it?
I think this object is a McLuhanian object because, the concept of global village is an oxymoron, is the little thing, the micro and the micro, is the little thing, and the global, the big, huge thing. And it's playing, let's say, in the spatial dimension. And this mixed object is playing in the temporal dimension because it's a contemporary object, but it's a fossil. So this object comes from the future, but from the past at the same time. So I think it's a good, it moves in the same level of this kind of concepts like Global Village or many others created by Marshall McLuhan, no? This opposition that makes you think, because that's the most important consequence of putting together two different things. No? They make you think that it's a surprise. They call your attention, say, well, something is not working. It's global, it's a village. And you start thinking about that. And I think this kind of concepts, objects are beautiful for thinking, in this case, about the evolution of media and the future of our contemporary media.
Wonderful. All right, I got it. Now I got it, and I think it's there are some comments about the very idea of what you just said. And I think it's time finally. So I'll bring you all in the stream. So Mark, Sandra, and Carlos all together to bring some good luck for the draw, because essentially we're going to experiment. That's the first time ever I do that. But eventually, as you know, we're going to award this beautiful the medium t-shirt. All right. And so eventually I'm going to share my screen to make the draw. So here we are. Share. Wonderful. I think you can see the medium, and we're going to know in a few seconds. So I think this is the last chance, my friends, to participate in the first giveaway draw. So use the hashtag #TheMedium, and you will have a chance to win the medium t-shirt. All right, I see someone else joining, and wonderful. I'm gonna I count of 3, 2, 1, draw, and the winner is Neil Fig. I'm not sure who is Neil Fig. John Galto, too late actually. Neil Fig. All right, so congratulations firstly, and okay, we will reach out, or maybe Neil Fig, whoever you are, please reach out to us, and so that's our your gift, your prize, the medium t-shirt. That's the first medium t-shirt awarded to really enjoy the medium as a message giveaway. So thanks to our sponsors, we are even sharing some good vibes in these t-shirts. And so thank you everyone for playing with us and for using the medium hashtag. I think later in the marathon, I think in the second part of the marathon, as you know, this marathon is broken down in 2 parts. The first part will end at 6 p.m. and sharp 6 p.m. will begin the second part. And so in the second part, we're gonna do another hashtag, a different hashtag, and a second chance to win a medium t-shirt. And so new flag is how do I contact you? So just send us an email. Go on the globalvillageday.ca website. You will find our email, and then we will reach out. Okay, so all right, congratulations to Neil Fig, right? Okay, where are you, Neil Fig? Where are you right now? Are you in Canada? Are you, well, in Europe? Let's see if Neil Fig, Neil, I don't see. All right, he or she will reply. All right, so congratulations to Neil, and then thank you very much, Carlos, Mark, Sandra, from 3 different countries: Argentina, Canada, and Spain, and Mark. By the way, I'm currently in Italy, actually, so we are 4 countries represented in the same screen right now. And so it's great that internet became our global village somehow. And okay, here's from Neil. Thank you, Neil F. in Toronto. Okay, so I'm glad that the T-shirt, the medium T-shirt, will get to Toronto soon. Okay, so Neil, please reach out to us. So a final brief, final remarks, very brief. So we stay in time, and let's do Sandra, Carlos, and Mark. Sandra, your 30 seconds final remarks, or just the final good wishes for the villagers, the folks in the global village? Sandra.
Okay, I think that Tetra can tell us the possibilities of recovering all forms of sociability, of collaboration that digital mediatization allows us. And I think our hope as humans is to imagine how to create new ways of socializing that avoid reinforcing the toxicity of the system using the plasticity of the McLuhan's concept. So that is the message today.
Thank you, Sandra. Next, Carlos, your final take, your final remarks for this session.
Well, I think that this pandemic is a global accelerated seminar on evolutionary theory and complexity theory. So it's a good occasion to learn about that, because if we don't understand how evolution works, how our relationship with the rest of the world, and the complexity of the world we are living, I don't think we will survive. We have to learn how these things works, and this is a good occasion, tragical occasion, but it's good also for learning how the world works. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos. And finally, Mark, your final remarks.
Well, thank you first, Paolo, for having me. And I really just want to echo a couple of things I've seen in the chat. Bernadette Bowen made the point that we often assume that internet access is equally distributed across the globe. It certainly is not, and that is a central justice issue. And then Daniel McGowan made the point that, you know, we learn, we study, we write, but we have to act. And I'll leave it there.
Wonderful. That's we need to act. And with this active, proactive approach and final remarks, so I thank you again, Sandra, Carlos, Mark. Thank you for running with me and with all the villagers. So we are moving on. It's 4 p.m. in Toronto, and anyway, so depending on where you are, it's a different time zone. But thank you, everyone, for running with us. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Mark. Ciao. Ciao.
Ciao.
Thank you.
And well, we're good. So perfect timing. I see you're still chatting and commenting, and I see there is a discussion between Neil and Bernadette. What size are you gonna get? Okay, that was a private question. Okay, Bird. So Neil, you are invited to reach us out to globalvillageday.ca. Scroll down the page, you will see our email address, and then you can drop us an email, and then we will follow up asking privately asking your address, postal address, and size, t-shirt size. Actually, it's not just medium, okay? So you can choose any size, Neil. All right, and stay tuned, because there will be several other opportunities during this 12-hour marathon to win the t-shirt, the medium t-shirt. And so thank you everyone. Thank you everyone for playing with us. Thank you for being so engaged in that medium. Okay, who knows what will be the next hashtag? Maybe you will choose the next hashtag, and so I'm really looking forward to it. So that said, I think it's time. I see in the green room, by the way, our next our next host speakers and special guests. I see Kalina, I see Alex, and I see Gordon. And so the Global Village Day will be back very soon. We'll be back in 60 seconds. And so in 1 minute, we will move on in the 12-hour marathon with our special guests. So take a break, and I'll see you here in 60 seconds. We're back. We're back. Global Village Day. I can't believe it's already 4 p.m. in Toronto. And by the way, good evening or good morning, wherever you are, villagers, global villagers from all across the globe. So thank you for tuning in. Thank you for joining us in this 12-hour McLuhanesque marathon to explore and rethink the global village, the very metaphorical, symbolical global village, as a concept, as a metaphor to explore the world in a post-pandemic times, and so to think our global village in a more sustainable way. That means more open, more inclusive, more just, and to some extent more equitable. And so that's saying, I'm very excited. It's 4 p.m. I see in the green room our next special guests. Special guests are joining us from all across the globe, from 12 different countries. And so this is absolutely great. So from any latitude, special guests are sharing thoughts, reflections, questions, answers. So why not? Because we are actually exploring together one or a few, but particularly one most important question: what are the lessons we are learning in the current scenario, in the current times? And so we are exploring together. But I'm not running alone. I'm running with you folks, villagers and friends on Facebook and YouTube. So as you know, we are live streaming on Facebook and YouTube. And so you are kindly invited to share your thoughts, to comment, to really get engaged in the discussion. As you know, I told already, that is not another Zoom meeting or a Teams meeting or whatever. This is a kind of interactive way of fostering the making of an intellectual community. Community building exercise is a way to foster the value of dialogue and conversation and engagement. We have many, more than 40 actually, special guests, but we count on your participation. So feel free to step in, feel free to share your thoughts and sharing your good vibes. Let us know, where are you right now? Where, in which part of the global village you are connecting from? And so it's nice to see that we are a very international community, very diverse community. And so feel free to share your good vibes, your location or your country, your latitude or hemisphere or whatever, in order to really foster the sense of community making, okay? So promise, I'm really count on your participation. That said, this one is going to be another very diverse panel session, because we have 3 special guests from 3 different countries, essentially from Poland, from US, and from Canada. And so that is going to be another very international session. So I'm going to present our first, by the way, so what's going on here? Bernadette, ha ha ha. I was just telling a bad meaning joke in the form of a question, not asking for. Okay, I think it's an ongoing discussion over there. All right, I see. Okay, there is a parallel session going on the chat. So absolutely, I don't mind. So that's totally yours. I mean, it's great. So thank you, Bird, and others for populating the chat and making the parallel meeting more engaging. So absolutely. All right, 4:07 in Toronto, and it's a great pleasure to welcome our first guest from Poland. She's Karina Rogodzinska, University of, my apologies for pronunciation, Szczecin in Poland. And her research activity, Paulina's research activity, she's focused on the relationships between means of communication means, and in a given period in social life. She authored a book titled Between Science and Art, Marshall McLuhan's Theory and Practice of Art. I think it's published in Polish in Poland, and then I think maybe an English translation will follow. Who knows? We can ask the author. And so it's a great pleasure to welcome back, because she was with us even last year. So welcome back into the Global Village from Poland, Kalina Rogodzinska. Hello, Kalina. Hello. How
Hi,
are
everyone.
you? Wonderful to see you.
I'm still laughing at this brilliant joke about the medium size.
Yeah, I'm gonna retrieve it. Yeah, I saw it on the comments. Yeah, the medium size. That was a good one. And okay, who did it? Who made it?
I think Bernadette.
Okay, Bernadette. Okay, can you post it again, Bird, and then I'll be able to put it on. Okay, so Bernadette, please. And by the way, there is a Viva McLuhan. Okay, Viva McLuhan. All right, cheers. So anyway, so Bernadette, please repost your joke on the Medium T-shirt or whatever, and so I'll put it on. Okay, promise, because there are so many I can't catch it. So all right, so Kalina, where are you and how are you? And by the way, great to see you again. So Kalina, how are you?
I'm okay. I'm pretty excited to be here again, and I hope that next year we will meet again. So I am in Szczecin. Very difficult to pronunciate as my surname. I think Polish surnames and Polish names are really difficult. It's a city near to the Polish-German border, so I've got the simplest and shorter way to Berlin than to the Warsaw, which is capital city of Poland. Yeah. Okay.
All right. I see. Thank you. And by the way, I'll be back to you. Do you have your torch for the marathon, the Global Village? Okay,
yes, I do.
Keep it there.
Okay.
And later, in a short while, so I'll be back to you, and we want to know your torch. Why the symbolic torch? It's important and relevant for the Global Village. So I'll be back to you. Thank you, Kalina.
Okay, sure. See you.
Well, ciao. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, and next one, and I see Alex actually from US. Alex Kitnick. He's an assistant professor of art history and visual culture at Bard College in Annandale on Hudson in New York. And he is the author. Alex authored a book titled Distant Early Warning, Marshall McLuhan and the Transformation of the Avant-Garde. And so it's brand new. It's published. It's been published in 2021, And so we want to hear everything about this book on distant due line, the distant early warning, McLuhan's concept. Actually, McLuhan borrowed from a different one. But anyway, so we will learn from Alex Kitnick. And so it's a great pleasure to welcome into the Global Village, Alex. Hello, Alex. How are you?
Good. Happy to be here. Of course, I'm having some technological difficulties with my computer, so I'm joining.
I see you are using an iPhone. No problem at all. There is no problem.
I can hear, and as long as you can hear me, I think.
Wonderful. Ideally, if you can hold the iPhone, maybe you put it on a table or something. It's still, it doesn't move otherwise. I'm feeling some kind of motion sickness.
Okay.
That would be ideal. Keep it.
I'll work it out. Yeah.
No, all right, wonderful. Thank you, much appreciated, Alex. Yes, otherwise, it's a little bit of that. And so, Alex, first of all, welcome into the Global Village. Welcome into the, a very large McLuhan's community, media ecology community, and a large community of villagers, global villagers and folks from all across the world. And so, thank you for joining us. Firstly, where are you right now?
I'm in New York City.
New York City.
And Annandale is about 2 hours north. Bard College is about 2 hours north of the city.
All right.
Yeah.
And are you going back to on campus in September? Do you know what's the expectations for learning experience in New York?
We'll be back, and actually I was teaching in person all year this year in a variety of different contexts, in tents and in chapels and with masks, and it was an adventure.
I see. Now, and now that's interesting and good to know. But what's so? Do you have plans for going back to campus in September? So I didn't get.
Oh yes. We'll be back. We'll be back in September.
Fully in person in New York.
That's the hope. Yeah.
That's the hope.
Yeah.
All right. So you're planning coming back on campus. That would be a shock for most of us, right? So because essentially after 1 year and a half online teaching, I think it would be maybe a good shock. I mean, something that will be relevant and meaningful, hopefully.
Yeah. We've been looking forward to this.
All right. And so, Alex, I'll be back to you. I want to know more, and I'm sure our folks and the community, they want to know more about your book on the avant-garde and the new line. And so, get ready. So I'll be back to you, and we will dive into your book a little bit. Okay?
Perfect.
I'll see you in a little while. Thank you very much. All right. I think I lost again. I was trying to get the joke of Bernadette on the medium. Bernadette, and I have a second last comment when I say what size you will get. Neil, a medium. Okay, a medium. It was a bad medium t-shirt size pan joke. Okay, so we do forgive you, Bernadette. I like the joke so personally. So I don't know. I think folks liked so. And good one though. All right, Bernadette. I did reply, ha ha ha. Neil just said, okay, wonderful to see that the community is populating our chat on Facebook, on YouTube. I think there's more population on YouTube right now, but we are streaming live concurrently at the same time on Facebook, on the Estate of Marshall McLuhan Facebook group, and on the McLuhan Institute YouTube channel, thanks to the generosity of Andrew McLuhan, which is the director of the McLuhan Institute. And Andrew, actually, he will join us later today in, I think, at 8 p.m. In the marathon. And thanks to Michael McLuhan, the executor of the Estate of Marshall McLuhan, for the kind of availability for hosting the Facebook live stream on the Estate of Marshall McLuhan Facebook page. And in fact, by the way, I should sometimes, well, I should mention again our sponsors here. Hi, here they are. So the University of Toronto, the Estate of Marshall McLuhan, the McLuhan Salons series, the McLuhan Institute, and the McLuhan Foundations. You see how many McLuhans there are out there, and this is now. So I think this is well, the extent of the variety and diversity of the McLuhan scholarship all around the world, and I'm sure there are many other McLuhans in well, everywhere in the world. So thanks to our sponsors for supporting the marathon, for fostering that sense of community building. So you know how much I care about this event, the Global Village event, for fostering the community. All right, and I see discussions going on the chat. Alex Kaskis, as usual, sharing links. So I think if you are on Facebook, you will find the link to the McLuhan Galaxy blog, which is the official blog of the Estate of Marshall McLuhan, run by Alex. And so thank you, Alex, for sharing your links and details. Essentially, you know, it's a kind of parallel meeting taking place, and so complementing words and text. And so I think orality and literacy it's a perfect marriage between orality and literacy, comments and live speaking, and so I think that is absolutely great. And talking about live speakers and special guests, I'm going to introduce our third special guest for this session. As a great friend, as a champion of the McLuhan scholarship and legacy in Alberta, in Edmonton, where actually Marshall McLuhan was born. He was born in Alberta, Edmonton, and then he moved actually when he was a child. But there is still such a great legacy in the roots of the Canadian genius of Marshall McLuhan there in Edmonton. He is a champion. So Gordon Go is our next guest, professor of communication and academic director of the Master of Arts in Communication and Technologies and in the Media Technology Studies unit at the University of Alberta. And he, among many other publications and books, he's the author of a beautiful, beautiful paper. If you haven't read it yet, so go and find it somewhere, I think on the Canadian Journal of Communication. It's called Marshall McLuhan and the End of the World as We Know It. It's a beautiful paper. It's a beautiful essay, and at this stage, it's time to bring him into the Global Village. And so welcome. And it's my great pleasure to really welcome into the Global Village, Gordon Go. Hello, Gordon. How are you?
Wonderful, thank you. Very nice to see you, Paolo.
Yeah, we see you again.
Delighted
Wonderful.
to be here, and I must say, this is a masterful use of the medium. This broadcast, wonderful use of all of the elements.
Yeah, you know, after 1 year and a half, so 18 months of pandemics, maybe we'll learn something, that there is not only Zoom for running online meetings. And thank you. I appreciate your words. And by the way, so I know, is there a guitar over there on your background, some music, keyboards? You are a musician, right?
Yeah, this has doubled. It's my home studio, and it's doubled as my office for the past year and a half.
All right. And I see you are working with many media, so many artistic media at least, and so it's nice too. And so you are at home in Alberta, in Edmonton, and just a question: are you planning to go back on campus this coming September? What's going on at the University of Alberta?
Yes, the plan is to resume in-person classes in the fall term, and things have opened up largely here in the province of Alberta. So we're getting back to a sense of normality, at least the early stages of it. And I think there's a lot of excitement around the return to campus, but I also think the pandemic has probably changed our thinking about how education can be delivered going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that is a great challenge to really take the most of this pandemic, to rethink the very idea of a higher education. So all the models were good, but maybe there is something better we can explore. We learned over this past 18 months. I think that is one of the focuses, one of great interest for this Global Village Day is to really understand how we can go back on campus somehow. Many of us are instructors, educators, and so on, but how we can rethink higher education in a post-pandemic world, how we can really take the most of this challenge, but also an opportunity, right? For learning more, learning better, learning who we are, right? And this global village. And I think that was relevant, right? Even to your program, right? I think MACT, did a lot of online activities over the past 18 months. I think you did a lot of experimentations, right, with your students.
We fortunately we actually run as a blended program before the pandemic. So going online for us wasn't that disruptive, but I think I'm thinking to McLuhan's notion of hybrid media, les liaisons dangereuses, and this idea now that probably be more acceptable in terms of looking at the hybridization with blended programming as a way to enhance the learning experience. So not just in the classroom or online, but this combination of both, and looking at creative ways to do that going forward.
Absolutely. The pandemic was an eye-opener, and I think looking at the creative ways for higher education particularly, it's a great take on this. So thank you, Gordon. Housekeeping, remind that I'm waiting in the next merry-go-round, your torch for the global village in the 21st century and the lessons we learned. And so I'll be back to you for a second merry-go-round, digging a little bit deeper into your ideas on the global village and the torch, the symbolic object. I think I do have expectations about the object, the materiality of things around us. Things are living entities somehow, and the symbolic value we give objects we are able to enlighten, right, the way we conceive the materiality around us. And so I look forward to learn from you and to see your torch in a little while, okay? I'll see you later. Thank you. All right, and let's go back to Poland. Kalina, here you are. I think, let me see if I have a banner for your book. And I may be wrong. No, in fact, I don't. My apologies. But your book, is it published in English as well, or just in Polish?
Just in Polish, but I think that you are talking about my previous book on Marshall McLuhan and art theory.
Yes.
Yes.
And I, my fault, my apologies. I think there is a new one. So good news, everyone.
Yes.
Followers,
I've got it
villagers.
here.
All right. Let me see. I'll put it full screen. Here we are.
Okay.
Maybe closer, a little bit closer.
Okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, okay.
I've got problem with to switch the
I got lost in the variety of books on all about McLuhan, but this is a very important book. Firstly, because this book is about an artist, right? It's about an artist who actually wrote a book on McLuhan, a photographic book. So it's she's really a great champion of that probing approach that McLuhan.
Yes, I've got her book as well to show the cover.
Excellent. And so Rita, I see. Yes. Let's do that. Now put it a little bit. Okay, here we are looking for Marshall McLuhan in Afghanistan. Rita lays there.
Yes.
And it's a commentary report book on Rita's journey in Afghanistan. That's great. And so you made a book about Rita's investigations, basically, right?
Yes. So this is the book about Rita Leisner's photography, war photography, and the Marshall McLuhan's media theory, because she used many of his concepts to analyze, to interpret the photographs which she taken during the Afghanistan war at the beginning of the 2011, and it was so moving and so fascinating for me that I decided to make a research project on her and her work. And so I've got the name of the book is Contemporary War in Rita Leisner Photography, but it is in Polish.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we do look forward again to it. So by the way, let me do a call. Any English publisher interested in fostering McLuhan scholarship in English-speaking countries or in English, Canada, US, so step in. Kalina's books are worth translating and maybe sharing. All right, I did a call, some promotion. Okay, go ahead.
You.
Sorry, Kalina. Go ahead.
So it was really challenging work for me because the war is a tough subject to work on, but I felt that this is so beautiful story about the artist who find a way to deal with the cruelty of war and to deal with solve problems connected with the war. So it's more about Rita than about war, and it's more about war photography than about war, and it's more about technological part of the war than about the fight itself. So I think that it's using the McLuhan's concept is good idea to deal with difficult part of our lives. So yeah. but I'm pretty happy that the book is ready.
Yeah,
but I think that another one which I'm working on with my partner, it is on storytelling, but I want to make a case study on newest Rita's project on tree planting in Canada. So it will be more about hope than about the bad sides of life, dark sides of life.
All right. So we look forward to it, and maybe we can invite Rita for the next Global Village Day, if I will be running another Global Village Day third edition. But essentially, I think it would be great also to better understand, right, through the lens of the artist, right, so as a visual storyteller, as a photographer, of course, how to put in place some of the McLuhan's concepts in a visual storytelling interpretation of reality. I think that is absolutely fascinating. So thank you, Kalina, for your insights and your work on it. And anyway, so I'll be back to you for. Is this a torch or do you have another torch?
I've got another one. Actually, two of them.
Okay. Just all right. What's your first torch, so you can run with both torches?
Right now, okay.
Yeah. Right now.
It's quite easy. The Gutenberg Galaxy.
The Gutenberg
Polish.
Galaxy.
But it's how do
you pronounce in Polish?
Galactica Gutenberga.
All right. No, that's pretty easy. Galactica Gutenberga.
Yes, but the second part is much more difficult. Tworzenie człowieka druku. Okay.
I give up. All right, but I think we did the same. I think we did the same joke last year.
Yes, but
now I do remember. And we were. I think last year we've been wondering how many translations in different languages there are. The Gutenberg Galaxy, or maybe Understanding Media.
Understanding Media, yes.
Understanding Media and Gutenberg Galaxy, which are, I think, the most translated McLuhan's books. I bet they are translated at least 20 languages, maybe even more. Well, Michael McLuhan may be able to tell us. And anyway, so folks in the community, if you know how many translations are there outside of McLuhan's Gutenberg Galaxy, just let us know. So it would be nice to know. And by the way, so Andrew comments on. No, there was another. That's Bernadette, as usual, populating. Okay, yeah, that was very nice. So thank you, Bernadette. Thank you very much.
Thank
and
you.
This is Bernadette Bird, and another appreciation of Rita's book, The Most Amazing Field for Real Application of Marshall McLuhan. So thank you, Andrew, for sharing your thoughts, and many others. I think. I see, or of course, Alex just posted the link so on the YouTube. If you're watching this live stream on YouTube, on the comments, you will be able to click and find the link to get information about the Looking for Marshall McLuhan in Afghanistan book. And so please check it out. It's absolutely great. All right, and so Kalina, I'll be back to you. You have a second torch, so don't reveal it for now. So I'll be back to you for a second torch and for I think another merry-go-round. Thank you, Kalina.
Thank you.
Wonderful. And as usual, well, Alex Kuskis is really unbeatable, and here we are. In fact, he just posted also the link to Gordon Gold paper on Marshall McLuhan and the end of the world as we know it. And well, talking about the end of the world, Gordo, where are you? Talking about the end of the world, I think it's very well appropriate and relevant for today's for this pandemic time. So what's the end of the world as we know it? It's absolutely relevant. So can you give us in a nutshell, give to our folks, maybe many of them, they already know your paper, but can you give us a sense on the end of the world as we know it?
Yeah, it's a great question. That article was really inspired, at the early days of social media, back around 2010 actually, and I had been reading McLuhan, and there's a chapter in Understanding Media where he talks about the cat and the mouse, and not knowing who's chasing whom in that environment, and it really speaks to the upending of the media environment as we knew it at the time, when we began really in the ashes of the .com bust, and what came out of that was the recognition that user-generated content was us, right, as the content of the medium was going to be the future of the digital media ecology. And it was a time when the received order of things, who was audience, who was producer, who editors were, and who was qualified to speak, and so on. What was news? What wasn't news? All of these categories that we had grown up with were dissolving, and the essay really points to a couple of things. One of them is McLuhan's important comment that that initial moment, that initial kind of breakdown as breakthrough moment is really critical to begin to understand the patterns, to see the disruption, try to understand the disruption, because as we move into that environment, we know that we become numb to those media, and we become numb to their effects. So it was really about paying careful attention at that time about what kind of transformations were happening, and and an invitation in a sense to draw on the laws of media and look creatively and think creatively about what user-generated content and social media would ultimately could possibly take us. And of course, the overall mood at the time, and I remember teaching courses, graduate courses, was a very optimistic sense that here we have this participatory web where we're going to be able to do great things. And Clay Shirky's work, Here Comes Everybody, talked about how these institutional structures were breaking down, and we could suddenly have the power to do collective action projects that would have been impossible before, because these social tools made it possible for us to muster efforts for even the smallest kinds of causes, not to mention the larger ones. And revisiting that now, of course, in 2021 and at the outset of the pandemic and the pandemic, the mood has changed. The mood is no longer that optimistic sense of social media. In fact, it's a sense of crisis, a sense that something has happened, something has gone wrong with our digital media ecology, and we're not quite sure how we can fix it. And in a sense, that's kind of the reversal moment that the laws of media, we should have been able to see that coming. The question being, when social media emerged as the figure against the ground of the traditional media, that was that time around 2008. But now the social media has become the ground and the environment itself. And that's the reversal that we're seeing here. And not only the reversal in the sense that it has taken over the media landscape, but reversal in the sense that it has flipped from a sense of positive force to an overwhelming sense of foreboding sense of negative force. And so I'm very interested in thinking through what that reversal means, because we know in the laws, right, the relationship is, enhanced to obsolescence is as retrieval is to reversal. So what is being retrieved in this environment today that we can look at? What is the emerging figure against this ground of, let's call it pathogenic or pathological social media? And what kind of insights can we take in that retrieval that may be able to help us address this question going forward, both in terms of practice and policy?
Wow. This is absolutely relevant for understanding today's media ecosystem. It's like kind of the McLuhan's, the medium is the message, the user is the content, right? That is what you say, is just the reversal of that user is the content. So we realized that being the content, so as users, has some implications that are deeply mining and affecting our contemporary life. I think that's absolutely a great take. So that said, Gordon, do you have your torch and let us see your torch.
Okay. Well, this here is a painted elephant from Sri Lanka.
I see.
And this is part of the elephant. This is symbolic of the Elephant Festival in Kandy, and the Asala Parara, which happens in August every year. They dress the elephants up and paint them. So why is this a torch for the global village? Well, I've been doing I've done research in Sri Lanka for many years, and the reason I chose it was partly because even through the pandemic, we have regular meetings for research on Zoom and other video conferencing platforms between Canada and my partners in Sri Lanka. And it has become such a casual kind of interaction that sometimes I don't even think about it. But every now and then I will pause after a meeting. Usually the meetings are in the morning in Edmonton, usually around 7 in the morning to make up the time difference, which is 11 and a half hours. After the meeting, I might be having coffee and thinking to myself, I just finished having this casual conversation with my colleagues halfway around the world, and it didn't cost me anything. We connected. There was no operator involved. There was no formalities. It was as if we were picking up a casual chat that we had left last week. And I think that you know, that is so that is indicative of the global village today. It is almost so casual as not even to be thought, noticed in many cases. But at the flip side of that, of course, is that working in Sri Lanka, I'm very interested in the digital divide questions, and even though I'm able to do that with my colleagues, one of the things that I am abundantly aware of working in that country is that the digital divide remains a big issue. So when we talk about the global village, not everybody is necessarily benefiting in the same way. Not everybody is an equal citizen in that village. And I think the pandemic, more than anything else, has shown us how tightly interconnected we are. Secondly, it's also shown us that there are systemic divides that we need to address, and those are persistent, and they came out loud and clear with the pandemic.
Yeah, totally agree, and an eye opener. So for those kind of inequalities, right, that are still in place in the global village, and well, that's the elephant. I think one of the elephants in, if I may, the elephants not in the room, the elephants in the village. The elephants in the village is that inequalities. Even think about how the vaccines are rolling out, and the developing countries have no access to it. And we take for granted. So in the Western countries, we were able to, undertake vaccinations. In Canada, I think is one of the highest rate of vaccinations. First dose, about 65%. Second dose, I think it's 80% almost, even more. So I think, but we are really lucky and we take it for granted. But in other countries, there was an unjust and the inequality of the vaccines availability was very, very clear. And so thank you for pointing this out, Gordon. And that's one of the, again, elephant in the room in the global village.
Painted elephant in the room, yes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think there is another elephant in the room. I mean, elephant in the village. It's another, I think, a huge, important issue is the global governance. Because we see, even with vaccines, even with how the pandemics and the global World Health Organization and many other organizations, the global governance on these global issues, right? And I think maybe later today we will address this topic of the global governance. Anyway, so thank you, Gordon. And I'll be back to you for a final merry-go-round and final remarks on your take on the lessons we have learned. But you already shared. That is a lesson. We cannot, so the pandemic was an eye-opener. And as an eye-opener, we have to realize that in the 21st century, if we want to rethink the global village in the 21st century, we cannot leave anyone behind. That's the point, I think. So thank you, Gordon. I'll be back to you, okay? All right, and that said, we lost Alex. Alex, if you're there, please come back into the discussion. I don't see him anymore into the green room, because I was going to ask actually Alex about his book on the avant-garde and the new line. So, okay, Alex, please go back into the green room, into our studio. So we will share your thoughts on the avant-garde. I don't see him yet, no. And so, Kalina, what's your second object? So you had another object, right? The second torch. What's your second torch?
Yes. I hope you can see it.
I think it looks familiar. It looks very familiar.
It's protective face mask. And I think that it's not the symbol the symbol not only the pandemic, but also the changes in our communication. I mean communication in daily life, because you can hate it, you can love it, but you can wear it, and it covers a huge part of our face. So we can't communicate with our face anymore. So we can use only eyes or only hands or only our bodies, and it's fascinating and sad at the same time for me. But I hope it isn't a sad symbol. Maybe it's the symbol of hope that we can deal somehow with the pandemic, and maybe it will end someday. Yeah.
No, thank you, Kalina. And I was actually watching, keeping an eye on the comments over the. Now we need to act and to build back better. No more excuses for inactivity. And I think the proactive approach were mentioned. So thank you, Howard, for that. Then there's also some relevant comments. And from Brian, many poor developing countries also have no access to social distancing, and they had no access to online means, online learning, online meetings, the digital, so-called the digital divide, the digital inclusion. That was another eye-opener. So the virus, the pandemic was another eye-opener in terms of how much divided and how much the digital access is still a big issue in particularly in developing countries. And so thank you, Brian, for raising that. And see, well, folks, villagers. I'm going to invite some questions. So if you have questions for our guests, Gordon and Kalina, and I still don't see Alex. So Alex Kitnick, we lost him in the internet somehow. Anyway, so Alex, if you are still around, please come back to the green room. I see our next guests are joining, by the way. So questions, and as you know, we are live on YouTube and Facebook, and so you are free to share your questions, share your thoughts. Feel free to step in, to engage, to really get involved into the Global Village Day. This is not another Zoom meeting or Teams meeting. This is an opportunity for really making our community more engaging, interactive, and fostering the value of conversation and dialogue. And so feel free to, if you have questions for Gordon and Kalina, so feel free to use our Facebook or YouTube chat, and that is great. So there is for instance, I think Kalina, and there is a comment on physical distancing. We should not be socially distanced. That well said, Neil. I think that was another oxymoron, right? That popped up in pandemic times. The oxymoron of social distancing, right? So it's technically physical distance, but we had to learn how to cope with that physical distance. Thank you for raising that. And all right, Gordon, I'll be back to. I'm gonna be back to you. I'm as a wrapping up on this session on the lessons we learned from this current scenario, maybe in your field in communication studies, and what's your take on the lessons we are learning? What's the most important lessons you learned in this pandemic year?
Well, I guess we learned lots of lessons this year. One of the things I think that we want to look at going forward is really trying to understand how we can address some of these challenges with this commercial social media environment. Not only has it been central in the challenges around vaccination and misinformation and the fake news, all of that. It really, we are in a crisis situation in terms of trying to manage this digital ecosystem and all of the implications it has for the values that we have come to hold dear in terms of liberal democracies. But as well, I think another aspect that we need to pay attention to is the environmental impact of this digital ecosystem, this digital ecology, and that we seem to sometimes think that this digital environment operates in a space that's not rooted in the planet, but we know, or we ought to know, that right down to the very material components in our smartphone devices, all the way to the electricity that's running server farms and the labor that goes into all of those processes has a tremendous impact on the environment and on climate change. So although digital technology can be part of the solution, I think increasingly we need to wrestle with the hard, cold reality that it's also part of the problem. And that's going to be a very difficult needle to thread going forward.
Yeah, that's absolutely very clever, very important. And it came to my mind, one of the McLuhan's provocation, the solution is always inside the problem, right? Not outside the problem. The solution is always inside the problem. And well, thank you, Gordon. Kalina, what's your final remark, your final take on the lessons we are learning? One thing we cannot take for granted, maybe. One important lesson that we can carry on as a torch for this marathon in the global village.
Oh, I've got many insights after the year and a half of pandemic and isolation, and online work, and the social or physical distance. And I think that the most important thing is to keep together, to stay together, to help each other, to create some kind of community, even if it is only by the via internet, by the Zoom or something like that. And it was really fascinating year for me, because I changed my attitude to life completely. And of course, the way I work has changed a lot, because all the classes were online. But on the other side, I really got involved in local activities. I mean, volunteering, helping, and etc. Something really good for my community and for myself. And talking about the study online, I was really surprised, because many of my students told me that they preferred online learning, teaching, and etc. than face-to-face, because it's easier for them to to schedule the day, to make a plan, and etc. And combine studying and working. And I was really surprised by that. And I'm not sure if it's good or not. Maybe I'm not the right person to judge but I'm still thinking about that. What we do during the fall semester, because the plan is to come back to the campus, but I think that we all are prepared for the next wave of COVID. So we will see.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. However, I think the vaccination rate will make a difference, right? To essentially cope with the spread of the virus somehow. And the highest the vaccination rate, the better. So as a society, we can cope with it, and essentially taking care of the most vulnerable people that may suffer the most the spreading of the virus. So, and I think you may agree with me. So this is also maybe time to do our part to really foster a culture of trust in science, and possibly really make the vaccination rollouts really sharing this sense of trust in the common good, right? And the idea that we can take care of the most vulnerable persons in terms of healthiness, but also not leaving anyone behind in terms of the inequalities we were discussing before, in terms of the global governance we were discussing. All right, and I think this is all for the 4 p.m. panel. Well, I'm so glad we are running this marathon together, holding the torch together, and so I wanted to thank you again, Kalina and Gordon. Unfortunately, we lost for some technical issues and connection issues, Alex. But it was such an engaging discussion. So thank you, Gordon. Thank you, Kalina. Looking
Thank
forward
you.
to seeing
Bye.
you maybe back in the Global Village 3rd edition next year, all right? With all the translations of Kalina's book. And so thank you again. And I see actually, so thank you, Gordon. Thank you, Kalina. Ciao.
Bye.
And I see actually on the green room our next speakers. As usual, we're gonna take a short break. Our next special guests are Rhoda Muse, Joe Wong, and Rohinto Medora. So we really look forward to another exciting discussion, another exciting conversation. It's almost 5 p.m. in the world. Good evening or good morning, wherever you are. This is a Global Village. And so from 12 different countries, all special guests and villagers are connecting. So I'll see you in 60 seconds with our next special guests. And so let's take a short break. Let's take a 60 seconds break, and the Global Village Day will be back in 1 minute. We are back. Welcome back. Global Village Day all across the globe. 12 different countries represent special speakers, special guests, and you all villagers. We are live, as you know, live on YouTube and Facebook. And so feel free to share, as usual, your good vibes. Feel free to share your thoughts, your comments. This is a community building exercise. It's not just another Zoom meeting or another Teams meeting. So we want to make this a live stream as much as engaging possible. And so we count on your participation. So feel free to share your comments, share your good vibes, or let us know where you are connected from, in which part of the Global Village you are now, which latitude, which hemisphere, which country. So we are really happy to foster the making of an intellectual community to reflect on what matters today in a post-pandemic, hopefully post-pandemic world, and what are the lessons we are learning from the current scenario. And we are here to reflect, to engage, to think, inspired by the great legacy of Marshall McLuhan, but particularly to rethink the global village in the 21st century, to possibly build a more open, equitable, sustainable global village, global family, the human family in the 21st century. And so here we are to discuss, to run together. As I told you, I'm not running alone. I feel we are running all together. It's a huge marathon. It's a huge intellectual marathon. And I'm glad it's 5 p.m. in Toronto. Good evening or good morning, wherever you are. I know that there are people watching this live stream from different countries. And let me do a little bit of housekeeping because, as you know, this 12-hour marathon is broken down in 2 parts. So this is the last session of the first part. So 5:59 sharp, 5:55 Toronto time, we will end. So the first part will end, and we will start soon after, essentially at 6 p.m. sharp. We will start the second part of the Global Village Day, leading up to midnight to celebrate and toast for the 110th anniversary of Marshall McLuhan's birthday. And so we are taking McLuhan's concept of the global village to really conceive the world as a classroom, to better understand who we are in this global scenario and as a consequence of the global pandemic we are still in. And so thank you everyone for tuning in. And I see you are comments, so thank you, Bernadette. I much appreciate your good vibes I much appreciate it. And so, by the way, feel free to really share your good vibes, share your cheers, and there will be opportunities, as usual, to take to make your questions. We will take your questions for our special guests, and so please step in. Okay, so we are a community. Don't be shy, and that's my housekeeping for the segment. I still don't see one of the special guests supposedly joining us, but I start welcoming the other 2 guests. So I will begin with Joe Wong. He is a professor at the University of Toronto and Vice President International at the University of Toronto. He is also a Rhodes and Ralph Hilbert Professor of Innovation at the Monk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy, and the Professor of Political Science. And Joe Wong has worked extensively with the World Bank and the United Nations and advised the governments on matters of public policy in Asia, Africa, Americas, and Europe. His research focuses on poverty and innovation. And so for these reasons, we are very, very glad and welcome glad and happy to welcome into the Global Village Day, Joe Wong. Hello, Joe. How are you?
Oh, well, thanks, Paulo. Thank you so much for the invitation. This is just terrific, and I marvel at your ability to continue hosting with such high energy. It's great. Thank you.
No, thank you. And let me say that the high energy is coming from the communities. I'm just holding the torch for the marathon, but essentially I do feel a lot of connections, a lot of energy, a lot of good vibes from the community. So thank you for being with us. And I know it was kind of challenge for you to be with us, and so thank you for enjoying and running with us on the Global Village Day. So are you still in Canada, Toronto? How are you? How are you, John? How you are getting ready we've been talking to the coming back on campus. So how are you getting ready to go back to campus?
Well, Paulo, I'm ready to go back to campus. I hope everyone else is ready to join me back on campus. I think that it's interesting right now from a public health point of view. We know things are opening up here in Ontario, and the cautious approach we've taken, I think, is one that is going to bear great fruit. It's going to really give us a more sustained reopening. I do worry, however, that, as a society, that we're all kind of suffering a little PTSD. I think that there is a sort of social cycle, cultural element here in terms of people's willingness to recongregate, for people's willingness, to the practice of being part of a physical community. I mean, over the last 4 weeks, I've been saying to my students, some of my graduate students, some of my research teams have been offering, if you want to come, we can meet outside, we can chat, we can go over some of our work together in person. Just let me know and we'll do it. And, interestingly, not a single one has taken me up on the offer yet. And I think it's because people are just a little either anxious, or maybe they're just gotten accustomed to this form of interaction, which, makes me a little sad. It actually worries me a little bit in terms of what's to come.
Yeah, I know. I do share the same feelings, and somehow I think this coming back, right? The return, the coming back to campus, on campus, and well, to some extent to other fields of society. The coming back will be a crucial moment. So to really reflect, as we are doing today, on the things we are learning. So coming back differently, right? So we changed. The pandemic changed us. So somehow, I think we are really better learning who we are, right, after this pandemic. And I think I do hope. I mean, we take the most of these changes. And that will be a crucial shift, right, to a better and more sustainable way of undertaking higher education in general, right? So I think I do share your feelings, Joe.
Yeah, and I do. Part of me is very hopeful, but part of me does worry a little bit, in the sense that, there's so much of our interaction now that is sort of transactional, right? I mean, I've observed, for instance, when I've taught a seminar, just how abrupt a seminar ends. Like, you hit end meeting and then screen goes blank. And so all of the kind of social interactions that goes into packing up your backpacks, and the small talk that you make with your students, and indeed classmates within the class, moving from one physical space to another, all of that's gone. And I'm sure everybody on the, listening in now can relate this really abruptness and the sort of transactional nature of our meetings and our gatherings. I worry a little that that's kind of what students have come to expect. And so my hope is that their expectations remain very high, that their expectations haven't been recalibrated into thinking that this is necessarily good, nor even normal, but rather embrace something that's even potentially more fulfilling. For many of our students, their entire university career has been in the midst of a pandemic. Their normal is a pandemic. Their normal is meeting their professors and their classmates with their cameras off and their microphones off online. So it's incumbent upon us to appeal to them that there is indeed something more fulfilling, more enriching, when they come back to campus.
Well, thank you for Joe, for bringing us into the middle of the discussion on the coming back. Let's call it the coming back. All right. So thank you for the first merry-go-round. I'll keep moving on for introducing, presenting special guests for this panel. So Joe, I will we'll be back to you in a short while for a second merry-go-round. All right. Thank you, Joe. All right, and let's move on. It's a great pleasure to introduce and present our second guest. We have a panel of 3, and so it's my great. I see her in the green room, and so I'm very, very happy to introduce Rhoda Muse, Secretary General of the Canadian Commission for UNESCO, a community leader, Francophone visible minorities advocate, and gender equality ambassador. And so it's a great pleasure to welcome into the Global Village Rhoda Muse. Hello, Rhoda.
Hi, Paolo. Good afternoon.
Welcome. Good afternoon,
Yeah.
or good morning, or good evening. You know, there are we are streaming and at least guests from 12 different countries, and I know there are many people watching from everywhere in the world. So we really live in a global village, right, Rhoda? So
Absolutely.
where are you right now? And how are you?
Good afternoon, Paolo, John, Rohinton, and all the villagers. Thank you for having me, Paolo. I'm joining you from Ottawa on the unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation, whose presence here reaches back to time immemorial. I honor the long history of welcoming many nations to this beautiful territory, and I'm fine.
Wonderful to see. And you are recently been appointed as the new Secretary General of the Canadian Commission for UNESCO. So I think in the midst of a global pandemic, with such a challenge for you to lead this important organization in Canada and worldly. So how do you feel this kind of a responsibility? So to start over, to really take the lead of an important organization in society that really can help us, right? Building a more sustainable global village, global family and world. So how do you feel the responsibility for being appointed as a Secretary General of the Canadian Commission for UNESCO?
You know, the pandemic has shown us that we are truly a global village. For the first time, we could say that we were all in this. And what affects the South affects the North. What affects the West affects the East, and vice versa. We are all connected. And it's amazing to see how a pandemic born 1,000 kilometers can have effects on a country that is another continent and can devastate territories. And I'm discovering Marshall McLuhan, thanks to you, Paolo. And I know how important relationship was to him. And an organization such the UNESCO or such the Commission, the Canadian Commission for UNESCO, are built on those premises. We are here to build peace in the minds of men and women, and our networks, partners are mobilized in order to implement the Sustainable Development Goals that have also been defined in collaboration with member states. And in McLuhan relationship, there is an understated sharing component. And you asked me how I feel. I feel good because I have always been interested in altruism, in sharing knowledge, sharing resources, sharing thinking. And what you are doing today is sharing through this global village. And in Canada, and in the context of the pandemic, collaboration and partnership have helped in the fight against COVID. Suddenly, institutions and governments working in silos, sometimes with competing interests, have felt the need to work together closely in order to fight in this pandemic, in order to respond in a more effective way. So that's how I think that an organization such ours that is built on networking and partnership and collaboration is key to fighting the COVID and to building a post-pandemic society.
Wonderful. This is great. So thank you, Rhoda, for sharing your preliminary thoughts to the discussion and for pointing out how that kind of community building exercise, how the community really makes a difference in avoiding, leaving and not leaving anyone behind, right? So we need that sense of community, that social glue, right? That enables us to really not leaving anyone behind. So thank you, Rhoda. I'll be back to you as usual. This is the first merry-go-round, and so I'm going to conclude the presentations, and then we can dive into the discussion. And don't forget, Rhoda and Joe, I'm going to ask you the torch, right? So we were, I asked you to bring a symbolic torch, holding the torch, a symbolic object for the global village of the 21st century. And so I'll be back to you, Rhoda, for discovering what's your torch, why it's relevant to you, and how we can then engage in a discussion. So I'll be back to you later. All right?
All right.
Thank you, Rhoda. Thank you very much. And well, so let's move on. Our third special guest for the 5 p.m. Panel is Rohinto Medora. Rohinto Medora is president of the CG, the Center for International Governance and Innovation. Previously, he was vice president of programs at Canada's International Development Research Center. His fields of expertise are monetary and trade policy, international economic relations, and development economics. And so it's a great pleasure to welcome into the Global Village, welcome back into many other activities we've been running together over the past years. And so I'm very glad to really welcome Rohinto. And so join me welcome Rohinto Medora into the Global Village. Welcome, Rohinto, and hello.
How nice to see you, Paolo and Joe and Rhoda. At these kinds of multi-hour meetings, I've taken to saying namaste or shalom or something that's time insensitive, and that way we truly create a global village by using a word that is not time sensitive.
Yeah, that's a nice take. And Rohinton, where are you right now? Where are you?
This is my office at CG in Waterloo, Ontario, which is a high-tech region and where CG is located.
Mm-hmm.
Most days, I and the security guard and occasionally someone from finance is the only person in what is a beautiful award-winning quadrangled building. And that's the reality we've all been dealing with that Joe was referring to on campus.
Yeah, I see. And so is a CG running mainly home working? So essentially you are still undertaking online activities, essentially, right?
You know, at CG, we've always been networked because we have a fellowship structure, and our fellows are located, we have about 65 of them located around the world. And so what was so-called head office in Waterloo was really the corporate management and functions and an attachment with the Balsillie School of International Affairs next door. So that's where we are in touch with the academic world. But then most of the work we get done is with our colleagues who are strung around the world. And so coming into work doesn't have that same feeling as in many other offices. That said, and this speaks, Paolo, to your point about are we a global village? Having colleagues around the world who may be in much better or much worse circumstances is a bracing proposition, both intellectually, but also just in terms of being humanly connected with everyone. And so that's the reality at CG, that it's a 24-hour operation in which we've been virtual forever, but we've now been forced into it. And so the points about the transactional nature of our relationships and how the nature of communications affects the content of communication, which is what's enlivened McLuhan's work.
Very McLuhan's,
is a very real thing. Yeah.
No, it's nice that we are realizing how those kind of insights from McLuhan and media and communication scholars have been arguing for a long while. Then suddenly, all at once, we got into this pandemics, and eventually, I know, it seemed that we were not ready, even if we knew how to, but we were not ready. And so that's why I'm stressing so much the idea of, okay, maybe we were not ready, but that is the time. Now is the time to learn. So if we don't learn now, I fear that we will forget everything. So it's easy to, well, trying to come back to the older normal without learning the lessons we had to learn, right? The lessons that somehow this global pandemic is kind of trying to teaching us, right? So that's why my obsession with the questions for the Global Village Day. So the idea that now is the time to really outline the lessons we are learning and take the most of these lessons and put those lessons in practice, right? To really make things differently and to maybe face the issues that we weren't able to see, right, before the pandemic. And so the pandemic was an eye-opener. But once you open your eyes, then you have to face the issue, right? So that's Marshall McLuhan used to say, the problem is always the solution is always inside the problem. And so that's why we are wondering, so what are the lessons, right, we can learn from the current scenario? And so thank you, Roy Hinton, for this kind of preliminary appetizer introduction to your work and your take. I'll be back to you for a second merry-go-round and for an interactive dialogue and conversation among the three of us, and the three of you and me as well. And so, thank you, Roy Hinton. I'll be back to you shortly. Wonderful. And so I'll be back. I'd like to go back to Joe. Go straight to the point. The question of the lessons we are learning in the current scenario. What's your take? What's the most important lesson you learned, Joe?
Well, as a university leader, I think on one level it would be some of the extraordinary innovations that we've implemented in our classrooms to connect people, researchers, students around the world. And I think that most people who are a part of any organization can point to some of the innovations that have occurred in their own ecosystem and their own organization. But if I might, Paolo, I would actually like to take a step back and think about some of the broader lessons, some of the social lessons that I have gleaned from this, from the pandemic. And I think first and foremost, and I know my other colleagues on this panel have written about this and certainly think about this a lot. I think first and foremost, the most important lesson I've taken from this is that we have an opportunity to lead with an ethical and principled approach to global problem solving into the future. I think if there's anything over the last, just think about the last 18 months, we've not only seen the pandemic affecting people around the world differently. Everyone always says that we were all vulnerable to COVID, but of course that vulnerability is quite variable depending on where you live, who you are, and so forth. That kind of inequity and that kind of inequality to, of course, the tragedy and criminality of the George Floyd murders, our own reckoning here in Canada regarding our still as yet incomplete and maybe even unwillingness for reconciliation with Indigenous communities. The point is that this pandemic, this last 18 months has just exploded all of the prevailing injustices that continue to plague our world. If we think about vaccine nationalism and the inequality, inequity, and unfairness in the distribution of vaccines and so forth. And so in a way, I think this gives us the opportunity to lead with an ethical approach moving forward, provided that the global community, the global village, shares in this normative enterprise. And I want to say, I truly believe in the importance of this. Paolo, some of the work that I do in terms of reaching the hardest to reach. We are in my research lab very motivated by the question of how do we ensure that no single person is left behind? And as a political economist, we've done lots of research on this. I've done the economic modeling on this and so forth. And, in the end, we can use innovative techniques, innovative products, innovative business models, innovative partnerships, and so on. And we can reduce some of the marginal costs to reach that very last person. But Paulo, in the end, the gap between, as we explain or as we demonstrate economically, the gap between the marginal cost of reaching that very last person versus the average cost will remain prohibitively high unless we make a moral commitment. And that's an ethical commitment. And it just seems clear to me that if we are approaching this pandemic as an opportunity to reset in many ways, wouldn't it be amazing if we could move forward by resetting our agenda around a common ethical commitment, a moral commitment to ensuring that no one is left behind, irrespective of color, race, gender, and so forth.
Yeah, I think that, no, thank you, Joe, for sharing. I think that brings to what I call the elephant in the village. So the idea of the global governance, in order to take into account some ethical perspectives and ethical framework, right? Frameworks for dealing with global issues, global inequality issues, health issues, and so on. I like to, make this question to you and to our panelists on how can we conceive a global governance in an age in which we face global issues, global inequalities, global economic and somehow unintended consequences. So what's your take on the very idea of the global governance to face the global issues?
Well, I know that my colleagues on this panel think about this and indeed practice global governance and have led conversations around how to build the institutions in order to achieve that. But I think, again, one of the openings that we have for us right now is that this is probably the closest that we have, with the exception of the climate crisis, but hopefully this has also exploded the urgency around the climate crisis, where we as a global village have a shared fate. And the pandemic has exposed for us the fact that we all have, that we are all interdependent, that our fate is interconnected. And if we can move forward in building or infusing our institutional governance mechanisms with this kind of sensibility, and again, I think it very much is a normative project, that will go a long way, I think, in devising the right kinds of institutional mechanisms to have a more equitable, more just form of global governance. If we continue in ways in which we are able to divide the world into haves and have-nots, into which the world is divided into those who are vulnerable and those who are completely invulnerable, I think that we'll never achieve that. So, again, what I'm imploring for is a real ethical and normative reset here, and then the institutions and the mechanisms hopefully will follow.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And all right, let's continue this conversation. I'll bring back Rhoda, talking about global governance, global institutions, and UNESCO. Somehow, it's an institution that globally is on the right track, right, to support and sustain and advancing the idea of the global goals, the idea of the Agenda 2030 for the sustainable development. And look at 10 years ahead, or less than 10 years, actually 9 years ahead in 2030. I think it's now time, right, to really see the near future from that global perspective. So, Rhoda, what's your take on the idea of global governance? And maybe one of the 17th goal, actually, goal 17, is partnership, right? It's all about partnership. It's all about finding how to balance, how to entangle, and how to interconnect those frameworks and organizations and networks to really take the most of that networking. So what's your take on the global governance that somehow UNESCO is part of? Rhoda.
In the context of the pandemic, we've seen how important is that that we have a global governance. You've seen what happened when we went into the vaccine race. And we know that if we don't share equitably, like Joe said, if we are not ethical in sharing, in leading the work, we could feel the impact. We could feel the inequities. Global challenges need global responses and collaboration. And if you look at the UNESCO, the way it's set up, it's very unique. The UNESCO has commission in every and each member state. It's so unique in the United Nations system. It's the only organization that does that. So there is a willingness to have a shared governance. At the basis, it's there. If you look at the works that are being done right now, the UNESCO is working on a project, on a recommendation, potential recommendation for its next general conference. It's on open science. Open science and knowledge sharing will ensure that not only a sustainable future for humankind, but also peace. Open science is multidimensional. It's a consideration of practices, traditions, knowledges that are so various, that are so diverse. So it's the UNESCO, the way it is, I don't know how to explain you, the way it's set up, the way it thinks, the way it engages member states is in a way that considers the importance of each member state, the importance of each contribution. So I think that way of leveling, not in a bad way, but the way of leveling the relationships, the way of recognizing the interconnection is in itself a way of bringing the global governance at another level.
At another level, and at least bringing the very idea of global governance to the table, right? To the table for local institutions also to discuss and reflect upon it. So there are some comments from our villagers and folks on the chat on YouTube and Facebook. So as you know, we are live streaming on both platforms, and Clinton, I'm all for open science, but it's a kind of provocation. A whole lot of business models would collapse if we fulfilled it, and publishers and IP owners especially. And I think, in open science, there is an ongoing discussion and concerns actually going on that. Maybe we will be back. So thank you, Clinton, for raising that up. And there were some other cheers for Joe. But Rohinton, I'd like to bring you into discussion of the global governance and the very idea of putting that matter of the global governance on the table in response to the global pandemic. My feeling is that we were on table while facing the global pandemic. There was no shared table for discussing the most important issues, right, generated by the pandemic. So, Roy Hinton, what's your take on, again, the question of global village and the global governance in the 21st century?
I, unfortunately, Paolo, agree with you that there wasn't, it's not as if the tables didn't exist. We have several of them. Some might say too many of them. But there wasn't one that was effective enough. And let me sort of go back to the question you previously asked, Joe and Rhoda, on the nature of global governance. My take on it is that the globalization we've seen in the last, let's say, 3 decades has been multi-speed. And I've said this and written about this before. So, briefly, we've had a hyper-globalization when it comes to financial flows and when it comes to, crucially, information technology. So, McLuhan's vision of a global village, if we defined it as communication streams, even if you bear in mind that there's a digital divide and so on, no question that we have a bit of a global village. If you want to move your money around the world, if you want to speak with someone, we've never been more villagized. There's been a second speed around of trade, and then a third speed, much less around of movement of people, and crucially, the institutions that we need to manage globalization. This has not kept up with the way information technology and financial flows have gone. And in this panel, and reading up for it, I came to the realization also, and listening to my co-panelists speak, that there isn't really a global village when it comes to empathy. When there's a massive crisis, sometimes maybe, but are we really a global village when it comes to empathy for things happening halfway around the world in the way we would be if we were in the same village? I don't think so. And so what you saw in the early weeks and months after the pandemic was first disbelief, then a sense that it couldn't happen here, then a sense that let's ring fence. And so you had a bunch of protection and so on. And so the inequities that we now see in vaccine development, in vaccine distribution, is really an inequity in global innovation system and in the movement and ideas. I mean, the comment someone made about open innovation not working because of business models is correct. The G20, which in my view is the nearest we have to a manager of globalization, was practically absent in the early days, and perhaps some of us would argue still is. So to your point, do we have a global village? Barely. Do we have the tools to address it? We do if we had the will. And this goes back to the point about having empathy, because it's through empathy that you create that will.
Wow, this is absolutely great. So the empathy as a value for fostering that kind of networking among the tables of in institutions of power, and empathy along with ethics and other values, right, to run that kind of approach in global governance. Absolutely great. So thank you, Rohinton, for bringing your thoughts. And well, conscious of time, so we still have plenty. But I was curious actually to first see your torch. You're holding the torch towards the global village in the 21st century. What's the symbolic object as a torch that we can reflect upon and that we can use as a way for rethinking the global village? And so I'll turn over back to you, Joel. Hopefully you have a torch in mind or in your hands or physically. Is there a symbolical object we can take to reflect on the lessons we are learning in the current scenario, but the next step for our human family and conceiving the very idea of a very diverse, open, inclusive global village? What's the object? Is there any symbolical probe you are thinking of?
That's a great question, and I was thinking about it because I hadn't had one prepared in advance, but then I noticed I was fiddling around with this pen, which I tend to do in these kinds of fora, and I would say it is, and I'll just use this as a symbol, just the importance of the pen in terms of our willingness to keep writing, to keep thinking, to put things down on paper, and importantly, to articulate. I just think, and this is something that I tell all of my students, irrespective of whether they're a STEM student or a humanist or a social science student, you all have to be able to communicate. You all have to be able to articulate. And it's something as we think about, for instance, Rohinton's, I think, really important point about empathy and Rhoda's notion of how we build, how do we level a playing field in a just way? I mean, that's all about articulating and communicating. ideas. And I do worry sometimes that, my students this is a craft that they are starting to either take for granted or something that they jettison in their toolkit. It's extremely powerful, and that's something that I hope that all generations will continue to engage in, writing and the craft of writing.
Yeah, well, I like that, the power of dialogue and communication as a way to really provide that social glue, provide that interconnection, right? That communication as a means, as a more as a human, right? Deeply human skill to overcome barriers, to overcome the boundaries. And that's a great point. So I'll take that. The pen, I don't have a pen actually right here with me. Let's take the pen as a torch for the global village, as a symbol for a torch of dialogue, conversations, dialogue, and interconnections. So Rhoda, what's your symbolic object?
It's a flower. McLuhan was talking about having his kids were flower kids, and they were the future. They were envisioning the future. So it's my colleague Joe talked about the need of rethinking the way we do things. The way we envision the future. And I agree with him. We need a new frame of reference. We have seen how something so small, so invisible can harm us, and at a fast pace. So we have to learn about that. We have to change the way we think, the way we work, the way we learn, we provide services. We did that in a fast way, but what did we learn? What could we learn from that? And I think that we should mainstream our young people's leadership. They are different from us. They are more aware when it comes to climate change, when it comes to land. And so do the indigenous peoples. They are so connected to lands. The way they educate to lands, the way they understand the Mother Earth. So those are the people, those are the groups that should be empowered with leadership. For me, it's a way to break the borderlines. We have so many. This crisis showed us the many borderlines that we have. Rohinto was speaking about inequities. Yes, indeed, we've seen that the most affected people are racialized minorities. We've seen during this crisis, our image d'Épinal was broken. And we've seen the mass graves of our children and babies. We've seen the racism. We've seen the killings because of white supremacy. So all those things could be overcome if we empower the right people.
Yeah,
that's my thinking.
No, absolutely great. Rohinton, I'll turn over to you for the objects. So we are populating this discussion and sharing 3 different objects. So we see the pen, we see the flowers. So what's your symbolic object for the global village? And so, okay,
I want you to know I'm not doing this because I'm in Waterloo and this kind of thing, but I'm going to hold up my BlackBerry.
Go ahead.
And I'm going to hold up my
by the way.
BlackBerry. Yeah, well, this is my point. Not just any old phone, a BlackBerry. And I think my BlackBerry brings up a number of things about the global village that we've been talking about. I'd say, first of all, how is it that a really small firm that no one had heard of, called Research in Motion, in a small town that most people haven't heard of, Waterloo, in a small country that most consider kind of nice with bad weather, could become a globally iconic brand for a few years. And the reason is global rules of the game. We had them, they kind of made at least a global economic village for business, and thus was born this thing that then has changed the way we live and think. The second reason I raised it is how product cycles have become shrunk, and how the rise of BlackBerry was just as spectacular as the fact that there's so much competition. And now, unlike say 20 years ago, when people see my BlackBerry with its iconic keyboard, which is the main reason I use it, but it's a conversation piece. There's people at airports and in restaurants. Hey, is that a BlackBerry? Do they still make them? And we've gone from the Queen of England and the President of the US flaunting their BlackBerries to people asking me, do they still make them? And the third reason I held that up is really speaks to your point about global village, is these kinds of things have given us, and not just us in rich countries, there's versions of these in poor countries who have these as well, access to information and knowledge of various stripes. And so we have more information than we've ever had. Is it good information? Is it leading to wisdom? Wholly other issues. And I think the big frontier in global governance is around the regulation and governance of new technologies. This is not a commercial for my organization. This is genuinely a point sparked by your Global Village Day and the legacy of McLuhan.
Oh, thank you. That's absolutely relevant. And I wanted to actually take another comment from our folks, Elaine, and the very idea of globalization, which is actually, somehow related to the global village when McLuhan came up with this idea. And globalization, often seen as the solely an economic issue. And so Elaine is pointing out that it's shocking to hear talk of morals and empathy. But I think this is a kind of paradigmatic shift, right? We are taking into account today in terms of language, communication, empathy, the values, the language we use, and how the language actually informs the way we think, and the language informs the way institutions act. That is the point. Rethink the very idea of globalization, rethinking the very idea of globalization rather than normalization, right? As a way to differentiate, as a value differences, a value diversity, and even from a historical perspective, right? We think the global village in terms of the current contemporary world and planet and family, but think in the global village in a kind of a diachronic way. So if you pass me the terms, I mean, in terms of past, present, and future. So reconciliation with our past means acknowledging that the global village was different in the past, was a different approach, and the mistakes we made. So considering the global village again from a historical perspective. And what's your take on this question? So the idea of changing the values, the language, the morals, and empathy in terms of the globalization. How can we can overcome the very idea of globalization? If we replace globalization with what's the best concept, idea to replace globalization? And I'll give a chance whoever wants to speak first on that. Joe, I see your hand.
That's a great question, Paulo. I mean, I'm certainly not an anti-globalization person in the sense that I recognize that real globalization is the maximization of diversity. Diversity is the source of excellence, as long as we recognize that. And you might say that latter statement is a normative statement. But I also think it can be an empirically verified statement. And where I think why we have an opportunity right now, again, is I look at my students and I see a generation of extraordinarily capable people who are obviously skilled, who have tremendous knowledge, and so forth, but who are incredibly principled. I think in many ways they have seen not only the benefits of globalization and certainly taking advantage of the technologies and the knowledge scapes, if you will, that come with globalization to build for themselves their own moral code, if you will. And I think it's terribly important. I'm not convinced that this is simply a life cycle effect and that once they're out of their 20s, they will recede to some median ideological preference point or something like that. I tend to believe that this really is actually a cohort effect. And that combined with the moment we're in right now leaves us with a very, very powerful, potentially powerful moment. I also view at the same time, we are in a moment tantamount to the civil rights era. We have social forces that are swirling at such a pace and at such scale. And I think it's incumbent upon us as a society, and certainly for the next generation of leaders, to ask themselves, what did we learn from the 60s and 70s? How do we prevent the culture wars that ensued in the 1990s and the Reaganomics and Thatcherism of the 1980s? What are our expectations of this moment? And I have a lot of faith that the next generation of leaders are thinking about this and they're principally committed to this.
Wow, thank you, Joe. And I think it's time for a final wrapping up, final merry-go-round for final remarks. And by the way, so we are concluding the first part of this marathon. So as you know, the second part will begin at 6 p.m. And so this actual session will end the first part and the broadcast streaming, and so there will be a second one. So final remarks, Rhoda, Rohinton, and Joe. Rhoda, your final remarks for the Global Village Day, the lessons we learned, the discussions we need to carry on in order to really embrace our global family in a different way in response to the pandemic. Because I think that is the point. Learning from the pandemic means stopping by and see, okay, what we have to change, right? What kind of changes we have to make. And so what's your take in response to the pandemic and the lessons we are learning, and final remarks for the Global Village Day and your participation in it? Rhoda.
For me, it's important to share. It's especially when it comes to resources, knowledge. What we learned is we are not isolated. We are a global village indeed. What affects our neighbor affects us. So it's, for me, I will continue to work on the open science and to push on the recognition of open science, because it's key to changing the world. It's key to sharing knowledge that is meaningful for humankind. The other thing is UNESCO has long advocated for the protection of the environment through education, conservation, and preservation. What we've seen the last weeks, the fires on the west side and in Ontario, are threatening our livelihood. So it's important to recognize the knowledge of indigenous peoples when it comes to the preservation, to the conservation. And it's a way for us to decolonize the knowledge. And that's my take. And I think by recognizing the importance of knowledge decolonization, we tend to create a global village, a village where everyone's knowledge, everyone's contribution is accounted. So that's my take.
Thank you, Rhoda. Rohinton, brief final remarks. So we're going to, conclude the session. So, Rohinton.
Look, I mean, you know, Paolo, that I'm a big fan of you and your work. And as a former St. Michael's College resident and student, McLuhan is very near to me. And I want to sort of commend you on this initiative and all the other things you do as part of that intellectual legacy. I cannot imagine talking to people for 12 hours the way you do, with the smile and the erudition that you have. And so kudos to you for all of that. Now, when you ask yourself, why are you doing it? It's exactly to make the world a better place through communication. But I think we have to be prepared for a fact that the world is imperfect, that we will go through some dark periods, that we may have coined a new phrase in a COVID failed state, and you sort of add up the challenges we have with climate change and the inequities of COVID and so on. It's going to be one heck of a divided village. We will be a village because, as Rhoda and Joe and you have pointed out, what happens there happens here too, whether it's the pandemic or whether it's financial flows or climate change. But I think our capacity to deal with it requires a mentality that Marshall McLuhan sort of envisioned, but we're not there yet. We will get there. I have the same optimism that Joe does about future generations and this one. But there's some steps to go, and along the way, we're going to need gumption.
Thank you, Rohinton, and again for sharing the building blocks, maybe for a next discussion focused on this topic. So, Joe, your final remarks, and then we're going to conclude the first part of the Global Village Day. So, Joe.
I'll be very brief. I see in the comments people are wondering when you're going to eat, Paulo. So let me just say, I think we have a phenomenal opportunity for the university here to also rethink its role. We think about the university as a place to prepare our students and graduates for impact in the workforce and in society more generally. I'd like to change the verb prepare to accelerate. How do we accelerate young people into positions of impact and change? How do we as a society empower them so that rather than starting from the quote unquote bottom, they actually find themselves in a position to affect real, impactful, positive, principled change? And it's up to us, those who are in the position to now wield this kind of authority, to seed that to this next generation of talent. Thank you.
Thank you, John, Rhoda, Rohinton. So thank you for running with me and running with all the global villagers and folks live on Facebook and YouTube. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with this, such a nice conversation. So thank you. Thank you, Rhoda. Thank you, Rohinton. And
Good
Joe.
seeing you.
Thank
Bye,
you.
folks.
See you.
Bye. Thank you. And with this, such a nice panel on global governance and global village, it's time to, conclude this part one. So don't leave, just reconnect and check out the link to the second part two of the Global Village on Facebook and live on YouTube. And so I'll see you in a few minutes for the second part of the Global Village Day.